Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Xavier Montalban, and on behalf of my friend Hans-Peter Hartung, co-president of the European Charcot Foundation, and myself, we would like to welcome you to Paveno for this new edition of the PROMs meeting. As you know, the PROMs is an initiative led and coordinated by the European Charcot Foundation and the MSIF, with the Italian MS Society as the lead agency on behalf of the global MSIF movement. It's not working well now. Let me just show you the executive committee members. Lydia Makarov, she is the CEO of the MSIF and is also the co-chair of the PROMs. Hans-Peter Hartung and myself, we are the co-presidents of the European Charcot Foundation. Paola Sarrantin, she is coming from the Italian MS Society and is the co-chair of the Scientific Steering Committee. And probably she is the guilty why we are here talking about PRO in multiple sclerosis. Patrick Bermesh, from the professor of neurology at the University of Lille. He's also the co-chair of the Scientific Steering Committee. Mario Battaglia, who can be today with us. He's the CEO of the Italian MS Society. Timothy Cozzi, CEO of the US National MS Society. Maria Trajano, professor of neurology at the University of Bari. Pamela Ballantyne, she is the CEO of the Canadian MS Society. Marianne Steppe, she's the CEO of the European Charcot Foundation. And Helga Whelan, coming from the South Africa MS Society, she is the co-chair of the engaging coordinating team. Did I say the name right, Paula? Yeah. Okay, thank you. So just one word of, it's a little bit hard to be here in Paveno without our colleague and friend Giancarlo Comi. Well, you know, he will be missed forever, probably, and we will not be able to replace him, but we will do our best. So up to now, we have built a global multi-stakeholder framework, and I think the trick has been to bring together not only neurologists and researchers, but also patients, of course, and the industry as well, and regulators. So thank you very much to the two EMA representatives that are joining the meeting today. Thank you very much for the effort. We know that you don't have too much time. We have promoted knowledge through papers, workshops, events. We have done large-scale surveys involving more than 5,000 people with MS. We have generated a digital tools catalog. And in fact, here you can see some of the papers already published, and some are coming up, I guess. And at the end, what we want is to identify the best PROs in multiple sclerosis, bring them to the clinical practice, bring them to the clinical trials, not as tertiary exploratory endpoints, but just as primary endpoints, if possible, right? Or at least a primary secondary endpoint. And with this, I would like very much Lydia to say some words for you. Thank you.
Thank you, and welcome today to the PROM session. So one of the wonderful aspects of the patient-reported outcomes in MS initiative is this model of participatory governance. So we have the executive committee, the scientific steering committee, the working groups, the various secretariat, the fundraising team, and the communication team. And the foundation is the people affected by MS engagement coordination team, which is at the heart of everything that we do. And this helps make the work that we're doing truly actionable and truly relevant to the people that we serve. So the people affected by MS engagement coordination team are active partners in research. Their insights and their priorities guide the definition and guide the direction of the work that we do, and make sure that the outcomes that we are measuring and the therapies that are used address real needs. And so this model is based on the multi-act model, which was a EU project designed to ensure the representatives of, the representationists of input of people with lived experience. So in the past, we might have had one so-called expert patient in the room who drew experience from their own lives, but we can use this multi-act approach to ensure representation from the entire broad community of people with lived experience. And so we're very lucky to have this engagement coordination team that offers this broad insight and broad wisdom and broad skills. So this helps ensure that the research that we do is inclusive, transparent, and aligned with the impact that these diseases have on society, on the family, and from the people themselves. And we make sure that these insights and perspectives of people with lived experience are integrated from the very start. So it makes sure that research is designed, conducted, and translated into true benefit, not only for multiple sclerosis, but for brain health more broadly. So I would like to thank the People with MS Engagement Coordination team. So we have the amazing, talented Anne in the audience here, who is the co-chair, along with Helga, who is the other co-chair, who is joining us online. We've got Marilena, who is here in the room. Thank you very much, Marilena. And then joining us online as well, we have Angela Ainhoa, Isaac, Pierre, and Meenakshi as well, who are joining us online, and we're very, very thankful to all the work that the engagement coordination team do to make sure that everything that we do in the patient-reported outcomes for MS initiative is truly guided by lived experience, and their wisdom and their insights and their experiences make this a much better initiative, make it more relevant, more valid, and more able to truly represent what it is like to live with and be affected by multiple sclerosis. So we're very, very thankful to the engagement coordination team and all the work that they do. So now I would like to welcome online Helga Wieland, who is the co-chair of the engagement coordination team, to give her lived experience perspective. Thank you, Helga.
Good day, and thank you for the opportunity for people with MS to address this meeting. Today I speak on behalf of the engagement coordination team. We are a group that brings together voices of people with MS from around the world. Our newest members come from Cyprus, Lebanon, India, the Netherlands, and Kenya, to add to the current members from the US, Luxembourg, Spain, and South Africa. In some of these regions, MS was once thought to be rare. Today, we're seeing increasing rates of diagnosis, and with that, growing challenges, but also inspiring progress. Emerging patient organization and a rising interest in MS research are reshaping what's possible. We are encouraged by initiatives like the Global PROMs initiative, which is opening doors to more inclusive global patient engagement. As PROMs expands, it's vital that the lived experiences of people in lower resource settings, which are shaped by cultural context, systemic gaps, and limited access to care, are fully represented. Only then will our global measures reflect the true global reality of MS. Disease-modifying therapies have transformed what it means to live with MS. What was once seen as an inevitably disabling condition now has a completely different outlook for many people. For that, we are deeply grateful. But while treatment has advanced, how we monitor and manage MS has not kept pace. The clinical outcomes we still rely on are no longer fit for purpose. They simply do not capture the full complex reality of the disease. Many people with MS are encouraged to keep journals or to use apps to track symptoms, changes, or periods of stability. Although these are forms of patient-reported outcomes, They're often inconsistent, incomplete, and often unavailable to clinicians. In a 15-minute appointment every 6 months, there's rarely enough time to truly understand what's happening in our day-to-day lives, let alone discuss this data. Instead, if we could measure real-life experiences continuously, in time, and all the time, then capturing both active and passive data, establish changes as they occur. This would allow early intervention before further progression and ultimately improve care. The more data we gather, the clearer the picture becomes. Patient-reported outcomes are not just useful, they are essential. They should reflect the complexity of MS across diverse populations and throughout different stages of life. We urgently need PROMs that make it easy to share data, even on sensitive topics, and that translate our lived experience into reliable, actionable information. Without accurate, standardized PROMs, we cannot truly understand the disease, personalize treatment, or unlock the full potential of scientific discovery. Without patient-reported outcomes, we fail to do justice to the science, to the medicines, to the clinicians caring for the patients, and most importantly, to the people living with multiple sclerosis. Thank you.
Well, good morning. I'd just like to add words of welcome to you all coming to the beautiful location of Baveno. Again, as Xavier mentioned earlier, there is, of course, a bit of sorrow. This is the first ECF meeting without the dear friend, and excellent colleague, Giancarlo Comi. I'm very glad that the PROMs initiative has taken off and been so active over the years, addressing truly fundamental issues related to MS, involvement of patients, their engagement in determining research goals and actively participating. Now, this wouldn't have been possible without the tireless commitment, engagement, vision of Dr. Paola Zaratin, who is, as you know, the research director of the Italian MS Society. And the society, as Xavier mentioned early on, is a key supporter of this whole enterprise. So it gives me great pleasure to ask Paola to provide us with an overview of the goals that we are pursuing with this symposium. Paola, please.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you, Professor Hartung, for your kind introduction. And welcome to the 2025 PROMs plenary event, to people that are present here in Baveno, but also for those who are following us online. It is my pleasure to spend a few slides to introduce the meeting together with my co-chair, Professor Patrick Vermeesch. And this year plenary focus on, we believe, a central theme that is the impact of PROMs in developing emerging therapies. And today, as we are exploring the impact of PROM, of patient-reported outcome, while we are understanding how patient-reported outcome can indeed have an impact on emerging therapy, I think that I will encourage all of us to understand and define what meaningful to patient health truly means, and how this concept can be evaluated through patient-reported outcome. This is a challenge exercise, but I believe that this all expertise in the room, we can make huge progresses. And Patrick and myself would like to start by expressing our deeply gratitude to the scientific steering committee members This committee is guiding the scientific direction of our initiative. The distinguished group of people bring together a broad range of expertise and represent indeed a multi-stakeholder patient-partner framework, ensuring that the PROMs are both scientifically rigorous, but at the same time truly meaningful to people living with MS. And the 2025 plenary event agenda has been made possible thanks to the Scientific Planning Committee members, chaired this year by Professor Daniel Ontaneda and Professor Maria Pia Amato. With the leadership of this committee and with your active participation today, meeting and discussion will focus on these major objectives. So, and I like to repeat this, with your active participation. This is we are going to shift paradigm if these stakeholders present in the room will all contribute to this transition. So, three major objectives: review current European Medical Agency models regarding the use of patient experience data, including patient-reported outcome in drug approval, develop consensus on PROMs integration into phenotype classification of people with MS and new clinical descriptors, and create a roadmap for future action in MS and beyond. We are in a transformative time for multiple sclerosis, and we believe it's the right time to rethink about the use of patient-reported outcome. The overall aim is to promote collaboration across to develop a consensus-driven foundation to integrate patient-reported outcomes, again, meaningful to patient health into phenotype classification with people with MS, with the ultimate goal of accelerating therapeutic development. And before passing the floor to Patrick Ebermesh, let me share with you these slides. That is about the current strategy of our initiative. As many of you know, patient reporting phenotype in multiple sclerosis is now shaping the overall patient-reported outcome initiative strategy. Again, through large-scale survey involving more than 5,000 people with MS, we have captured invaluable insight into the life experience of patients. And these data are now guiding research priority, including prioritization of current patient-reported outcome measure collected in registries globally, and as well as digital tool that indeed offer a promise in terms of being able to measure people experiential knowledge, dominant people experiential knowledge, and functional domain and interdependence over time. And in this concept, what we would like to do today with you is to evaluate whether PROMs could bridge a biological mechanism to the different clinical phenotype based on this important paper from Coleman et al. And also can be used to root, can be at the base of the definition of new clinical descriptor. So thank you, and Patrick will now guide us through the Global PROMs Initiative, key term of briefing and the agenda.
Thank you, Paola. Thank you, Peter, Xavier, and Lydia for the welcome. So indeed, maybe the impact of PROMs in developing emerging therapies. Maybe it's always useful to come back to the definition of PRO and PROM given by both the EMA and the FDA. Of course, the key point is based on patient perception of a disease and its treatment, and for the FDA, the very important word, to my opinion, is without interpretation of the patient's response by a clinician or anyone else. In clinical research, interviewed administered PRO instruments are also used to standardize data collection and capture patient response exactly as reported. Exactly as reported, I think also is a very important word. without any modification of interpretation by others. Of course, maybe the key terms briefing, we need to explore digital tools. I think it's not possible to do in 2025 without imagining the future digital tools, and it's one of the major parts we have in the PROMs initiative, recognizing that traditional PROMs provide any snapshots of patient function and are limited in capturing the most relevant functional domain and their interdependencies over time. Of course, digital tools may also big advantage to be passive or active and possible to capture not only a snapshot, but for a significant period of time. But however, it's one important discussion to integrate, what can you integrate digital tools in the PROMs initiative? We can also discuss that point. This 2025 plenary event will mainly discuss the use of PROMs in clinical research, collected both through patient self-reporting and interviewed administered patient-reported outcomes. It could be a little bit confusing between patient self-reporting, of course, it makes sense, but we have several conditions for that. Maybe the structuration of the PROMs, the standardization, and also at the end, the validation. Not only, maybe it's not only a discussion, I would like to say, between a doctor and a patient. Of course, makes sense. It's one of the most important part, to my opinion, of the in the outpatient clinic. But however, the key point is one of the aspects we are here, structuration, standardization, and validation. So maybe come back now to the agenda of today. We have three different sessions. At the end of each of the talks of one session, we have quite significant period of time for discussion, maybe informal, altogether, of course. Maybe let me first introduce the first session, EMA reflection paper on patients' experience data in Q3 2025. I'm very happy to ask to Elena Martinez-Lapichinar from the EMA representative. I think it's great to have Elena with us. I think because at the end, of course, we need to have the opinion of the both EMA and FDA. Unfortunately, Mario cannot be here today for personal reason. Of course, we think about Mario, and maybe not possible to be here. So, thank you, Elena.
Thank you so much for the kind invitation. It is now my pleasure to introduce you Dr. Juan García Burgos, that you may not know, but he is the current head of Public Stakeholders Engagement Department at European Medicine Agency. So they made a fantastic work for all of us working on the narrow details of the conditions to bring the expertise from the patients and other stakeholders. He is also the co-chair of the EMA Patients and Health Professionals Working Party, which also helped us to bring the appropriate expertise. Thank you very much, Juan, for accepting the invitation.
Good morning, everyone, and excellent. It's a pleasure to be here, and I would like to thank very much for the invitation. It's very timely, because as Elena said, it's indeed that we have recently released this document, which aims at encouraging developers to really invest efforts in generating data which reflects the views of patients, the experiences of patients, and to ensure that this data is complementing all the data which is submitted for marketing authorization. So indeed, my name is Juan García Burgos. I've been working at the European Medicines Agency with stakeholders, trying to involve and bring the views of patients and healthcare professionals into medicines evaluation. And for many years, we have been, let's say, faced with some kind of challenges or criticisms, mainly from industry, from developers, with a reason that they don't want to sometimes invest and bring this data because regulators dismiss it, because we don't really want it, we don't really consider it's relevant. And I think they were right. It's clear that nowhere is our position is stated, nowhere we have a clear position regarding where we stand in terms of patient experience data. Therefore, this document aims at giving a clear signal to stakeholders and developers that the agency, that EU regulators, we want this data to be part of all the evidence which is generated for every medicine. So, I will not be talking here about a specific therapeutic area. So I think we welcome very much these discussions in the area of neurology and multiple sclerosis, but I think this document covers all therapeutic areas. And one of the main issues that we were confronted with is that there is not perhaps an agreed definition of what patient experience data is among the different stakeholders. And when you talk with different groups, for them, they understood different things. So we tried with this paper to come with a proposed definition because we believe having an agreed terminology will facilitate discussions and will facilitate progress in many areas. And what we are proposing in this document, which is for public consultation, is that patient experience data is the data which reflects the experience of the patients without any input or any interpretation by any third party. And this means or a physician, or more recently now, any kind of AI tool. So that the data reflects the experience of the patients and comes directly from them. I think we are preaching to the converters. You are here discussing how to generate it. So I think you will not challenge how important is this data and how it can complement the more traditional data coming from clinical trials. So one of the main aspects and challenges is that how we can ensure that we can collect that in a way which is reliable and which is using methodologies which are validated. Because this is very often the challenge that we are facing based on our experience, that very often this data perhaps doesn't have the quality that it should. So patient experience data can complement and can be useful at any time. It can be during the development in pre-authorization, but also in post-authorization. And what we have to acknowledge is that it can be useful as well during the clinical decision phase. So it's throughout the whole life cycle of the medicine, and of course for HTA decisions, patient experience data is very relevant. So, because we didn't have a structured way of working, we tried to create an action plan. We started this work a couple of years ago, and the first thing is to try to create a network of experts at European level, because there is a lot of expertise on this. But because this work perhaps is not so well structured, people were not really connected. So we have created a network throughout the different committees, the working parties, which is not that we have been surprised, but I think we have been really encouraged to see how many people would like to devote and work and progress in this area across the different committees and working parties at the agency. So we acknowledge the lack of guidance, as industry has told us, and we have been working on this reflection paper, which is the first EU guidelines on this topic. And then we want to work to improve alignment, data quality and methodologies. And here I would like to mention the work which is being done at ICH level, which is ongoing. And then another important aspect is transparency, because it is true as well, this was challenged by industry, that we haven't been transparent or specifically consistently transparent. Perhaps in the area of oncology is where we are a bit more advanced, but when we look at our assessment reports, the way that patient experience data is reflected is very variable and very often is not even there. So what we have done is to update the assessment report to incorporate a specific section on patient experience data so that from now on, every application which is submitted to the agency, there is a specific table which is very similar to the one that FDA has, where the company will identify whether patient experience data has been submitted or not with that application, and then the assessors will specify how this data has been assessed and which value this data has or not to the benefit-risk discussion and the ultimate decision. So this transparency hopefully will allow us to monitor how patient experience data is used, and also will facilitate different sponsors to check what has been done in the past with other similar products, and maybe is a helpful tool for future. Then, of course, and I think it already has been mentioned, we have to consider that development of medicines is changing and that traditional clinical trials are complemented more and more by real-world evidence, by digitalization tools, which allows capturing data in different manners, and this is changing everything to a speed that we haven't foreseen. And then there's the element of training and resources. But which are the approach, which are the messages that we are providing in this reflection paper? Well, first is that we think that patient experience data should be systematically considered when thinking development in medicine. And we acknowledge that patient experience data can be a relevant contributor to the totality of evidence throughout the medicine life cycle, I have said, and we want to make that very clear. It applies to all stages of the medicine, and I think this is a little bit the key message. In different manners, I think medicine's development and afterwards, even in the post-authorization phase, should be having the views of the patients and their experiences throughout the whole stages. PED can inform and support regulatory benefit risk assessments, but to do that, we have to acknowledge that the data has to be of high quality. And this is where very often we have the problems. We have seen many examples where patient experience data failed to really make a difference because the quality wasn't there, because there were methodological considerations. And in this respect, I really welcome all the work that you are doing in order to ensure that this quality is embedded in the development of these measures. And then finally is that these measures to reflect the patient priorities are included as much as possible. So as I said, we started working on 2022, and it's only this year, 25, that we have been able to release this document. Has been quite a lot of work. And the reason why, I would say, you would say maybe you are not very efficient, but the reason why is because the huge amount of experts we have been involved in drafting this paper. And we have involved all the committees, but many working parties, methodological working party, oncology working party, CNS working party, and the interest has been huge. And I have to say they have been scrutinizing every single word, and I think what we can say is that the document which has been released really has been thoroughly reviewed and represents very much the view of the different committees and working parties of the agency. And it took perhaps longer than expected, but I think we are satisfied with the outcome in the fact that it really reflects what the current thinking of EMA assessors. So the reflection paper is not supposed to be detailed methodological guidance. It's more about the principles. It's more about the regulatory framework in which we want to set this work and where we want to really encourage developers. It's a framework for discussion and clarification, as we have defined, in areas where we have to acknowledge scientific knowledge is fast evolving and regulatory experience is quite limited. We don't have so much experience. Perhaps in some areas, like on oncology, maybe it's more, but it describes the general principles, but again, we are not meant to have this as a methodological guidance. And what we want to do is to have it complementary to the work which is going on at ICH level, because we want to avoid any duplication, but at the same time, we want to ensure that everything complements together and that we also want to support global alignment. We don't want to have our own piece of vision at EU level. We want to ensure that everything is aligned. And so far, we have to say that we have had a very good collaboration with FDA on all this work, and we are pretty aligned in the principles. Again, the key message is encouraging systematic consideration. And then, of course, the target audience, mainly developers, but not only. I think, of course, regulators, because this want to be used as a guidance when assessing. Of course, researchers, patient groups, who can also support the generation and collection of this data. So the paper has introduction, program statement, scope, where we have the definition, which we believe is very important, and which, again, is subject to consultation. Then we try to define clearly which is our approach. Focusing very much on scientific advice and qualification. Of course, Innovation Task Force as an additional tool where all these issues can be discussed early during the development of medicines. And then all the support that we provide to academia, where this is something that is being introduced systematically. Then we discuss the use and the value of patient experience data throughout the whole life cycle. And then we distinguish the types of patient experience data, and we acknowledge that patient experience data can come from clinical trials, but also can come from real-world evidence. And of course, we refer as types of clinical of patient experience data, PROs, patient preference studies, but also we have a third bucket, which is any information, any data which comes from patient engagement activities. And this has been long debated because there was different opinions, but that's the classification we are proposing. Again, regarding sources, we acknowledge real-world data, but also others like safety surveillance systems or other potential sources. I think more and more even some people are highlighting that even social media contains a lot of information which if we could overcome all the potential limitations in terms of data quality, it could be potentially useful. And what today is not possible, perhaps in a few years it is. So I think we need to leave it open for the possibilities of gathering data from many different sources. And then some consideration for systematic implementation where some methodological issues are addressed. One of the important messages is the strong recommendation for scientific advice and qualification of novel methodologies. What industry wanted is that we came with the guidelines, with a clear guideline, but guidelines cannot be really applied to every medicine that is being developed. I think we have to acknowledge guidelines are very high level. And what we are proposing is that every single development, every single company comes early for scientific advice, and that we discuss as part of this scientific advice the best way to generate patient experience data and to ensure that it is done with the adequate rigor and quality and that the methodology applied is the right one, even considering the possibility for qualification of any novel methodology. So that's what we believe is the best way to guarantee that the data is there and the data is of the highest quality and that the data then can complement and contribute to the decision making in the subsequent phases of the medicine. So regarding the use and value of the patient experience data, what we have done is to try to illustrate with examples how in the different phases, from the non-clinical phase to later on, patient experience data can complement. Try to give examples of situations where this is possible, because sometimes illustrating helps a lot. And what we have seen is that there is not an exception. In all phases, we have identified cases where patient experience data is relevant. But even at the very early stages, when we are trying to identify which would be the best endpoints for a specific medicine, I think the views of the patient through patient engagement activities could be relevant, even if it's not a proper instrument, it's not a proper PRO. Then, of course, there is a section dedicated to PROs and, of course, PROMs. And we try to define what PROs are. This is totally aligned with other guidelines at EMA level. And I mean, we acknowledge that how PROs can enrich the understanding of regulators. And I think we have many good examples. Perhaps PROs is the most developed and more experienced types of patient experience data, which has been used and has been referenced in many assessment reports. There are cases where PROs strengthen and goes directly to the product information, to the SMPC and the package leaflet, which means that this data is also useful for decision-making, clinical decision-making. And then, of course, we have many examples where in the post-authorization, PROs can monitor the safety of medicine, can support that. We acknowledge in the guidelines that PROs are collected usually through PROMs, or proxy-reported outcomes, and of course we mentioned the possibility of questionnaires and surveys. We don't enter into specific considerations for disease therapeutic area, more in general, but we welcome this as the best way to generate it. And then, of course, we highlight the element of quality, as I said, trying to ensure that these PROMs are standardized, that they are valid. Another type of patient experience data, as we said, is patient preference studies. And in patient preference studies, we have less experience. I think we don't have so much cases where it has been used as PROs. But however, we acknowledge that that's an important area where we call for more research and where we call for more investment in order to ensure that these kind of studies can hopefully see the light and see where can support the approval and the use of many medicines. We defined as qualitative or quantitative assessment of the relative desirability or acceptability to patients. And I think it may be carried out by different stakeholders. We have a lot of examples where patient groups have been supporting the development of patient preference studies in or without collaboration with the developers. But again, I think we can refer to the IMI preferred framework that I'm sure you are aware of, and which was adopted by the CHMP in 2022, and which provides a very good reference case on how should be the approach to plan and conduct PPSs. But, and there is also an ongoing guideline on PPS, which is at ICH level, and which hopefully in 2026 will be released, and hopefully stimulates and encourages more work in this area. But that's our desire. We would like to see more PPS in the future. And then finally, the third bucket, which is any data which comes from patient engagement activities. This data often has a very limited value, but we consider that this data can also be a complement. And it's less, let's say, a structure. It's, of course, sometimes there is no methodological rigor because it can be even comments from experts, it can be comments, but I think what we say is that every information, every data has potentially usefulness and should be considered as part of the totality of the evidence. So I think it's more to acknowledge that at the end of the day we need to consider everything. And I think when you start the development of medicines, even at the beginning, you need to have some input from patients which can contribute the first stages of the development of any medicine. So this is also reflected in there. Regarding considerations, this is more looking at some methodological aspects. We talk about data quality, representativeness, study design, data collection methods and tools, challenges that we are related to the use of PROs, which are well established, the burden of the participants, training and capacity building, the language issue, the perceived lack of value, which is one of the reasons why we came up with this document, the element of transparency, and the need to really try to progress in a global dimension and try to globally align principles, because it will facilitate medicine development. So all this is developed in the guideline, not in too much detail, but in a way that hopefully can support the approach. So the document is released for consultation until the end of January, and of course this is a call for anyone to really contribute. We want to get it right. We want to get all the stakeholders and all the views of anyone which is involved and working in this area. So we welcome your participation, definitely. We hope to be able to implement all the comments in the first quarter of the year, and hopefully we can have a final guideline by mid-2026, which we hope supports more work in this area. So just to finalize, we are progressing on several initiatives on patient experience data. We believe this is a very important step forward because it's giving a very clear signal that EU regulators value and want patient experience data to be developed and to be included in all medicines applications. That's why we have this reflection paper. I think we have to acknowledge that medicines regulation is quite a young discipline, scientific discipline. I think the agency has 30 years, but national agencies don't have so many years of existence. And the current regulatory system has been built with assumptions of developers, industry, and regulators assuming what is relevant for patients. And perhaps it's a change in culture to really ensure that systematically the views of the patients are embedded from the very beginning when developing any medicine. So we hope this can contribute to this change in culture. We are seeing this is the way that everyone is moving and that no one challenges or questions the principles. I think it's the difficulty to really get this integrated into the system and have it more routinely. So we discuss in this paper the types of sources of PED and the general principles, and so we acknowledge PROs, PPS, and patient engagement, and hopefully this complements the activities at the global level, at ICH. And I think this is it. I'm very happy to answer any questions, but I hope that this document is helpful in a way that it intends to be. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Burgos, and we'll take questions at the end. We have a section dedicated to the discussion, but of course, the Global PROM Initiative cannot miss the opportunity to contribute to by the deadline to this document and strategy of European Medical Agency moving forward. And so thank you very much again. And it's my pleasure now to introduce Meenakshi Nanakumar. I hope that I pronounce it correctly. Welcome, Meenakshi. Are you online?
Yes.
And so Meenakshi is a person living with the disease, the yoga therapist. She serves as an active committee member of the Multiple Sclerosis Society in India and is part of people with and affected by MS engagement coordination team. So Meenakshi, is over to you for your perspective in reaction to the European Medical Agency reflection paper, a commitment, I would say, to really work together on uptaking of patient-reported outcome.
Thank you, Paula. Thank you, everyone, for the opportunity to share our reflections. It's very encouraging to see a regulatory agency putting this level of focus on the value of patient experience data. We fully agree that patients may have different needs and values from the researchers when it comes to treatment. So we need to ensure that the patient experience is brought into decision making around treatments from the earliest stages of medicine development. As members of engagement coordination team, we discussed this reflection paper and wanted to highlight a few areas, especially about using patient-reported outcomes as a form of patient experience data. We urge the EMA and the collaborators to speed up the protection of the guidelines on methods and quality standards for patient experience data. Without this guidance, we are not seeing patient experience data included to its fullest extent in developing new therapies, and this has a direct impact on us. As people living with MS, our experience is subjective and qualitative. Our experience of MS is not the same as each other's. Sometimes it's hard to describe what we're feeling or experiencing in a way that our doctors understand. It's also challenging to know whether a mood change or the fatigue levels is related to MS or is it completely something else. So we recognize the need for a way of turning our subjective experience into a type of data that is high quality, valid, and standardized globally, so that clinicians and researchers can use our experience to provide better care and regulators can make decisions that have positive outcomes for everyone with MS. This is what the Global PROMs initiative is working towards, which gives us hope. However, we also appreciate that developing the perfect patient-reported outcome measures for MS may take some time. MS is a very complex condition and affects people differently at different stages of their lives. So we want to urge the community to continue to move forward and make improvements based on our current knowledge and understanding while working on developing the standardized valid PROMs that the regulators require. In relation to ensuring data quality and completeness when collecting patient experience, it is essential to work with end users, the people with the health conditions. When developing the study design and the system used to capture data to ensure that they will be used and are not a burden. We agree that representativeness is essential so that any methods or tools are relevant to the whole population and not just to a subsection. We want to note that the approach outlined in the paper is what the PROMs initiative aims to achieve, though it's through its embedded engagement coordination team. We also have some specific reflections. The digital therapeutics are the growing in importance for people with MS. Digital interventions can address symptoms such as fatigue, depression, cognitive and mobility challenges, which are commonly experienced by people with MS. there was a section on digital technology to capture patient experience data. It was not clear whether the digital therapies are within the scope of this paper. We would argue that they should be. More broadly, given the widespread use of digital technology for capturing and sharing patient data, we thought that the section on mobile health technologies does not reflect the real world practice. This is quickly changing landscape, and the EMA could consider being more proactive in this area in relation to the provision of guidelines around how digital technologies can be used within clinical research and regulatory settings. Table number 2 in the paper provides an overview of areas where patient experience data can be used from research to clinical setting to make decisions in health systems. One category missing from this is how we use our own patient data to monitor and self-manage our condition and our symptoms. Finally, when it comes to patient experience data, we have also seen that in some cases, there is a lack of alignment or trust between people lived with people with lived experience and the other parts of the MS community. It is essential for all the parts of the MS community to come together, listen to each other, and have open conversations. Only then can we progress and get most out of sharing our patient experience data. It is therefore positive to see this meeting today taking place in collaboration with the EMA, and we look forward to seeing more and better patient reported outcome measures used in treatment development and regulatory approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Meenakshi, for this interesting perspective. And the floor is now open for discussion. And I kindly ask you to go to the microphone if you have to ask a question and state your name and affiliation. And so, and perhaps I'll start with the question. Because I understand that there are two areas of opportunity to contribute, in particular by January 2006, and one is related to scientific advice, and this is why PROMs, and we are very pleased you're here because this is very important to do this as early as possible, and that, EMA contribute also with their scientific advice. And the other one is the methodology. So once we have the right measure and metric, what we should do to make sure that this aligns with the expectation of EMA. So I don't see that this is going to be something that can end by January 2006, but it's something that needs to be maintained and sustained over time. So my question is there any idea on how this the governance of this process can be maintained over time, and initiatives such as the PROM initiative, how can indeed give oxygen and food for thoughts to this process?
Thank you very much for the question, and allow us to clarify. Indeed, I think that the purpose of the paper, which has been published, is to set the framework for patient experience data and how patient experience data is going to be, let's say, taken by the agency, by EU regulators. So the consultation by the end of January is on the paper, on what the paper says. And this is where we would like to get your views by then, by that date. Afterwards, we will collect all the contribution, and then we'll finalize, update, and finalize the paper. So if you think that some of the things which are proposed in the paper are not correct, or the paper is missing some elements, I think is now the moment to highlight that. The framework, of course, is sustained over time. And I think what the framework foresees is that if you have, for example, a new measure, you have a new PROMs, or you can come to the agency to validate it, and you can even come to ask for qualification. And that's something, that's a process which is open over time, and which can be done by the company who is developing the medicine, but sometimes you develop a method which is not linked to a specific development. And there is also options for academia or for organizations to really come for this process of qualification. So we can be supporting this. Elena and myself, we can help to direct you to the right people. But what we encourage is that if you come with a new method, come to us and let's discuss and let's try to validate it. And because we will hopefully support, and this will make a more optimal method which could be used later on during the development. Of course, we also encourage to specific companies that when they come to scientific advice, as part of this discussion, they also discuss which is the best way to generate this patient experience data, whether they are PROs or whether they are thinking of a patient preference study or whether they are thinking of any other novel approach, because I think we shouldn't be very prescriptive. I think we need to be open-minded into which is the best way to generate this data. And this is also a sustained process over time. We encourage more and more companies to come to scientific advice and to come earlier. And what we want to say now is that as part of this discussion, we want patient experience data to be an aspect of it.
Thank you very much. Any question? Any comment?
Yes, maybe a comment is that what the framework brings us is the EMA position on the need for having the patient experience data on the drug development. It's like a decision, for example, for this hospital to have this nice room for conference. But what the framework will not do is to state how the room should be conditioned for every single event. It's not possible for a framework or for very transversal paper to provide details about how the patient-reported outcome measurements should actually actionate it in the field of MS or even broader in the field of neurology. This is not the intention. For that, the framework will be maintained, but for that we have other branches of the EMA, like innovation of novel methodologies and innovation task force for early engagement, in which we can advise on how the frame should be read for the specific condition and in particular for the PROMs, how we feel that the validation should move forward. So that is more on the detail. Is not the framework will provide us the desire for this to happen, the high-level decision, but not the detail on how to actionate that. So this is no deadline.
No, I understand, and thank you very much for your clarification, but I'm very pleased you are here today because at the end we will have a discussion. So what are the implications, even if this is not going to be specific, information or recommendation? I mean, what could be the implication of this reflection paper for multiple sclerosis? Maybe you can come, with some suggestions at the end of the day to, after discussing all the other aspects related to PROMs and multiple sclerosis. So thank you very much. Anne?
Hi, I'm Anne Helm from the MS International Federation, but also the co-chair of the engagement coordination team, many of whom are online listening in. So this is actually a question from one of the ECT members. And I think that opportunity for companies or organizations to come and consult with the EMA at those earlier stages is seen really positively. But for those consultations, will there be people with the lived experience of those particular conditions involved as part of that consultation process with you as well?
Well, that's a very good question, and the answer is yes, as much as possible, because there is an element of resource and capacity, but yes, and a good example for it, for example, is that as part of the agency's process for scientific advice, we involve patients with a specific condition, so it's part of the process. However, sometimes we don't find it, but usually we do. And also, a good thing as well is that we have created this network of experts on patient experience data, which is not necessarily patient experts, it's more within the network. And I think we are in a better, let's say, position to ensure that the necessary expertise to provide the best support to developers when discussing their methodologies or their proposed approach is there. So the answer is, let's hope to be as efficient as possible, but yes, there is a system to ensure that even the patients are participating in the discussion.
Yeah, to the question of Anne Helm, can we think about engagement coordination team that is disease, not disease related, that can support the process, within the, reflection paper and future update, even if not only including people living with MS, but I don't know, across different diseases. I think this will be, a good way to ensure that, the perspective of people living with the disease will be embedded into the process. So we are happy to give you some insight from our multi-act engagement coordination team model. Patrick.
Maybe Robert.
Oh, sorry.
Jerry.
Robert.
Sorry.
Thank you, Patrick. Robert McBurney from Optimal Healthcare Outcomes and co-chair along with Jeremy Hobart and Gilles Idan of the PROs in MS Clinical Management work group of the Global Initiative. One of the things that we have discovered and hope to publish very soon is that, unsurprisingly, the use of standardized PRO measures in clinical care, as opposed to collected in clinical care but not used, is very sparse worldwide. And I wonder if you could care to comment on the fact that PROs are not used routinely in clinical care, how that affects your regulatory process, because historically most of the clinical assessments that are used in the regulatory process have come from the clinic. And in the case of PROs, the formal use of standardized PRO measures in clinical care is very close to non-existent.
Yeah. Well, I think that's an excellent point, and we try to address it partly in the reflection paper because it is true, and I think there is it's a two-way process in which clinical development should mirror or should take clinical practice as a source, but then the development should provide an outcome and data which supports afterwards clinical decision, and that's the way it should be. Unfortunately, and you have evidence which supports this premise, is not always the case. And the message we want to give with this paper is that it should. I mean, if this data is relevant, it should afterwards be in the package leaflet, and therefore from the package leaflet to be used in clinical practice and in clinical decision making. I think we have to acknowledge that it very much depends on a case-by-case basis, and sometimes this data is more relevant than others. I think what we should have is a system which allows us to really do it consciously, but not which is a little bit abandoned or nobody knows, which is very often the case. But it is true that depending on the disease, depending on the condition, on the situation, sometimes it's much more relevant. But it should always be considered. And that's the point that we would like to give. So hopefully, with more transparency, then because the information and which is the outcome is there, it may allow or it may promote more the use in clinical practice. And hopefully we can monitor and get there.
Jeremy.
Thank you. Jeremy Hobart from Plymouth in the UK. I'm a neurologist and my research interest is in measurement science and its application to PROs and clinical scales. I want to return to the issue of the quality control of instruments, whether they be PROs or clinical rating scales. And I wonder whether you should be setting some standards for both the qualitative work and the quantitative work for these. Partly because there's so much variability. There are a lot of smoke and mirrors of the word validity, and I wonder whether to get the level of quality that has been mentioned by all the speakers today, that you really need to be setting some very high standards.
Yes, so as we said, that is about the framework. Then the framework itself says that in the case of PROs, the developers should observe the psychometric principles and validation. What constitutes a good quality of an instrument may be highly variable depending on the instrument. In principle, for the PRO, the psychometric principle entails that the bare minimum is that there is a content validity, a constant validity, so validity of the instrument is there, and the very minimum are these two aspects. So I don't think EMA does not necessarily need to develop like a guidance of what is a valid instrument when there is available evidence on what are the minimum set of psychometric principles a PROM should have to be considered a good one. It's the same as EMA does not develop guidance on what is a statistical significance. It just takes the knowledge that is there and incorporate in the decision making. But we don't overdo the field. I don't see much of the need for that.
I think the quality of the work is very variable, and the methods that are used are very variable. And if we want to achieve the standards that we aspire to, that we really need to lay down some much stronger foundations. And I guess that's a collaborative process between yourselves requiring that largely of industry, and them then requiring that of academia as well. But if we really propose to be a scientific group, then I think we do need stronger methods and their application.
If I may, because I think it's yeah. I mean, in an ideal world, yes, we fully agree. That should be the goal. That should be the reality is that a guideline usually takes 2 to 3 years to develop, and this one, which has been general principles, took 2 years. By the time you produce the guidelines, many of the elements that you may include there, if you go to the detail, may be outdated. And the reality as well is that whatever you put in a guideline, even if you go to very, very detailed, it may not apply to a new development next year, because every development now, the way that drugs are developed are so specialized, are so individual that it's almost an impossible task to be able to provide this standardization that you request, which applies to the future medicines to come. It's almost an impossible task. And what we are suggesting is maybe still to have some key principles which are relevant, but try to have this dialogue with the developer or with the one who is developing the measure in order to provide the most optimal instrument and make that transparent so that people can see how it has been developed, and then it can be used as a reference. But even if you use this information, your new instrument will be different because you will adapt to the specific condition and because science has evolving so fast that I think we need to have this flexibility. We don't have this flexibility, it's impossible to get it right.
Yes.
I understand the need for flexibility, but I think there are a number of steps that can be taken that would be really valuable.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Maybe to Dr. Burgos, maybe a question a little bit provocative, but considering the next therapeutic trials we have planned, maybe, considering also what you said, the position of PRO PROMs in such therapeutic trials, sometimes, you know, the primary endpoints, the results are a little bit positive, but at the limit, and some contrasting results in the long list of secondary endpoints. Yeah. It's quite frequent. Do you think that a definitely positive results based on validated PRO could be very helpful for an approval, and so to push the promoter, pharma companies, for example, to put in a better position the PRO in the long list, for example, first position of the secondary endpoints? Do you recommend that point?
We definitely recommend that, but we also want to make clear that we don't think that patient experience data or PROs is going to be a boost for approval. And I think this is a misconception. The companies should not be using this data as a way to optimize their chances to get an approval. They should use this data because this data will provide a better description of the effects of the medicine. We will better characterize how the medicine impacts the life of the patients, and then this will allow a better decision. but not necessarily the PROs are going to be a positive aspect.
Okay.
Maybe they evidence that maybe the drug doesn't work in the way that is intended. So the answer is that yes, we believe it will provide more information which will allow regulators and clinicians in the future to make the best decisions, but it's not a boost for approval.
Thank you to clarify. Good.
Thank you very much. Any other question? Comments? So we were supposed to discuss implication of reflection paper for PROMs in multiple sclerosis. I guess we will be back to this point during the discussion after you have add additional thoughts on how you can support us. 2 areas of collaboration. One, of course, is scientific advice, and in scientific advice, perspective of people living with the disease is quite important. Also, encouraging European Medical Agency to have a permanent, let's say, group or access to a permanent perspective of people living disease-independent manner, in a disease-independent manner would be great. As far as, let's say, the qualification and the methodological aspects, it's clear that this is dependent on a single methodology, so it's difficult to come up with a guideline or recommendation or a definition of standard for any kind of methodology, and therefore perhaps some discussion on general feature of PROMs should have can be considered, but at the end, each methodology needs to be qualified for a given trials or the given opportunity. Last but not least, PROMs as a primary outcome, a very important point for us, because it's also encourage and, let's say, force stakeholder, unfortunately, to keep people living with a disease prospect into consideration if this is become a primary outcome. But we understood that, yes, it can become primary outcome, but just to better explain the efficacy of the therapy, not just for approval, correct? So I think this is very good. And engage with EMA when and now as early as possible. And so I think that we cover any other comments or
maybe.
Yeah, Peter, go ahead.
No,
go ahead.
No, I just want to clarify that. Yet I believe we should not draft a guidance on how to validate a PROM. It's not entirely true that the validation is completely blurry and unknown. I mean, there are psychometric principles that every developer should observe. And there is a lot of information on how the content validity should be evaluated. For us, for example, it's relevant that the content validity entails consultation with the patient, so it implies a group of MS specialists could not develop a scale on his own without taking into account patient input. So there are certain aspects that are in there, and also it's perhaps useful to go into our qualification opinion website and have a look at what's already qualified, because there are examples on how EMA has the position on other scales about the content validity, construct validity, reliability, other responsiveness, other key psychometric principles that
Thank you, Elena.
use.
Peter.
Well, I'd like to thank EMA for this laudable initiative providing this framework on PEDs. Could you perhaps, in a nutshell, tell us about similar developments in regulatory or by regulatory agencies outside Europe?
Yes, I think that perhaps the only one which is established is the one at FDA level, and they have done a very similar framework. Actually, they went ahead that we did, and they have even developed a series of guidelines. And actually, they have had this issue. Maybe they tried to be too detailed, and then they have faced the problems that when you are too detailed, it's difficult to adapt to every specific development. But yeah, they have a very similar approach. In terms of transparency, they have also similarly in their assessment, they have a table where every single product requires description of what kind of patient experience data has been submitted and how it has been evaluated. So it's good to see we are more or less aligned, because we believe this is really critical. And as I said, we will continue collaborating at ICH level. Out of the FDA, I don't think so there is any other area, there is only any other region which has this developed.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Burgos, and I'd like to thank our speaker, in particular, again, European Medical Agency, for their commitment to increase uptake of a patient-reported outcome, and thus patient perspective from research to clinical research and care. And so I like now to call the next section, entitled Clinical Descriptor of New Classification, bringing biological disease mechanisms with different clinical states, the role of PROMs in phenotype multiple sclerosis, and the moderator of this section, Patrick Vermeesch and Maria Pia Amato.
So I'm very pleased to share this meeting for the moderation with Professor Maria Pia Amato. Everybody knows you very well, of course, a professor of neurology at the Università di Firenze in Italy, of course. Maybe here, of course, it's very important we discuss about PRO, the consequence also, and it's sometimes very difficult for us as a neurologist to classify our patients. So I think we can learn a lot from patients also to help about classification and also descriptors of the phenotypes. So I call the first speaker, Marilena Aggiani, and the title of her presentation is Life Experience Perspective on MS Classification. Thank you, Marinella.
Hello, everyone. I'm Marilena Aggiani, and I'm truly honored to be here today to share my personal perspective on how multiple sclerosis is classified. Living with MS has taught me many things, one of the most important being that no two journeys are the same. I've met people whose symptoms, progression, and responses to treatment are completely different from mine. And yet, we're often grouped under the same labels, relapsing, primary progressive, secondary progressive. These terms might help guide clinical decisions, but they don't always reflect the full reality of what it means to live with MS. Personally, I find these labels limiting. They can feel rigid and sometimes even misleading. They don't capture the emotional ups and downs, the unpredictability, or the way MS can evolve over time. And they can shape how others see us, how doctors approach our care, how researchers design studies, and even how we understand ourselves. The recent changes to the McDonald diagnostic criteria are a step in the right direction. I hope they will support earlier diagnosis and help doctors recognize that MS doesn't always fit neatly into predefined boxes. I believe we can go further. Imagine if the way we talked about MS changed, if we moved forward a more personalized, flexible classification system, one that considers not just clinical markers, but also lived experience, one that reflects how MS affects our daily lives, our choices, our well-being. This kind of change could help people with MS better understand their condition. It could guide them toward treatment that truly fit their needs, and it could help researchers develop therapies that reflect the full spectrum of MS experience. It would make care more relevant, more compassionate, and more effective. And this is exactly where the PROMs initiative plays a vital role. As a new member of the engagement coordination team, I'm excited to be part of a movement that puts people with and affected by MS at the center. PROMs is working to involve us in every step of the process, from setting objectives to delivering the work and evaluating progress. Even though I've only just joined, I truly believe in its mission, making sure our voices shape the future of MS care. Classification should serve the people living with MS, not just the system. It should empower us, not define us. And with initiatives like PROMs, I believe we're moving in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Marinella. So I think you're really a passionate advocate for MS, so thank you to be here, and of course, part of the engagement coordination team of PROMs. So thank you so much.
Now it's my great pleasure to introduce the second speaker. He is very well known, Professor Alan Thompson, who is contributing quite a lot. Standing ovation to the new classification of disease codes based on a mechanistic approach. Alan, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the invitation. Thanks to Paola for inviting me. And I'd really love to see my slides coming up so that then I could start the presentation. Maybe I'm meant to do something, but that's always a disaster if I try and... there we are, perfect. Now I've got it on this, so let me... That's it, we're all good. Yeah, no, that's great. Excellent. So I've been asked to say a few words about how we are thinking about course descriptors in MS. It's an area that's received a lot of attention recently, and particularly with the new diagnostic criteria, which are really changing how we're thinking about MS. It's also a very challenging and quite emotive area. So conversations can get quite heated as we discuss how we might change. It is really very challenging. So in these next 15 minutes, I'll just give you a very high-level overview of, to use that terrible word, the journey we've been on in terms of course descriptors. And begin with this slide, which is again very simplistic, but it sort of summarizes where I think we are, or where we agree in terms of the steps to the development of MS, with the initial susceptibility, risk, moving on to prodrome, biological onset, and now possible presentations. Previously, you might just have seen clinically isolated syndromes in here, but now you also see radiologically isolated syndromes and atypical presentations. And these, to my mind, are two of the great developments in the new diagnostic criteria, before we then move on to diagnosis of MS. And of course, we have the Lublin Rheingold course descriptors. This is the sort of updated version, if you like, which really focuses on the established diagnosis of MS and, to some extent, CIS. And one of the points I'd be making recurrently during the presentation is that we need to move more to the left. So we need to think about, as we're describing MS, we need to think much more about earlier stages of the condition, whereas rather than focusing on those that have got an established diagnosis. Paola has already mentioned this paper, the Kuhlmann paper from 2022. And that paper is quite a landmark in the sense that it really encouraged us to think about course descriptors that have some biological underpinning rather than clinical labels. I mean, I liked everything that Marlene said in her presentation about labels that can be restrictive, that are not flexible, that don't actually allow the kind of personalized approach, which is what we're all now working towards. So trying to get a better understanding of the biological underpinning would be really important. And that's shown to the, just to see if I can get this thing to work, this pointer to work. You have to, there we are, I have it. So you get a sense on the right-hand side of the stages, the steps, going from the clinical presentation at the bottom up to clinical measures, expression, injury mechanisms, and the biological measures that might allow us to identify what's actually going on. I guess in addition to this drive to have a more biological underpinning of our course descriptors, the other development has been our colleagues in the regulatory authorities. And when the FDA when they gave the approval for siponimod, they made quite a major step when they talked about it being applicable to relapsing forms of MS that included clinically isolated syndrome, included relapsing remitting disease, and included active secondary progressive disease. So if you like, they were moving away from those labels, but actually talking about people that were having relapses. And then on top of that, they indicated that this should be all drugs should be approved for the treatment of relapsing forms of MS. So again, that had quite a big impact, and you can see on this timeline the siponimod decision was in 2019 here, and you can see then subsequent to that, we published another clarifying note around the course descriptors, but then went on to look at the progression framework, which I've mentioned, and then a landscape paper, which I'll mention in a moment. So all in all, there is, I think, reasonable consensus and even some pressure to suggest that we need to think about replacing the Lublin-Rheingold course descriptors, or at least amending them. But the question, of course, is with what and how? And that's a huge question, and a lot of focus has been on that question. And I think before making any changes, we need to appreciate a number of points. First of all, as we all know, the course descriptors are very deeply embedded in our healthcare and research ecosystems. Patients with MS rely on the descriptors to understand their disease journey, although, as we've heard just a few minutes ago, that is not necessarily ideal. Regulatory authorities use the descriptors, health technology assessment agencies, the ICD codes, although you could say a lot about the codes later on if you wished. Natural history studies use the descriptors, so they are deeply embedded. Nonetheless, as I say, the MS community does want us to move on and think more broadly, to think differently about the descriptors. However, if we do that, there are very high expectations of what any new framework might look like. Possibly even unrealistic, but really important. Easy to communicate, that's always a challenge. Validation, something that Jeremy brought up earlier, something we always struggle with, because we think it's too difficult to achieve, which of course it's not. Guiding research and clinical trials, informing treatment decisions, drug approvals, etc. So these are all the areas that we would need to consider. Also the context in which a new framework would be employed, clinical, research, regulatory. I won't go through all the points, but you can see them there. And needs to be deployed in a range of clinical settings. And again, specialty clinics certainly, but then also more broadly. And again, the point was made about PROMs. It's fine to use them they're used in very specialist centres, but they're not widely used. Actually, they're not broadly used in clinical practice at all, as much as we might like. And that's the same applies to any new framework for course descriptors. So, and this is Ruth Ann Mary's slide, just outlining and summarizing the guiding principles for any framework. Reflects biological mechanisms, as I've mentioned, acknowledge the gaps that we've got in actually having drivers or identifying biological mechanisms that explain our clinical symptoms, be modifiable so that they're flexible, drive and stimulate advances, easy to communicate, employ an equity lens, and be meaningful, useful, and applicable to all. Again, it does sound quite ambitious, but it is really important. Now, earlier this year, this jolly collection of people met in Dublin to discuss the course descriptors and get a sense of where we were heading. It was a very lively, constructive 2-day meeting. And I think brought out the fact that we do want to move forward, but with care. And there are a lot of potential ways in which we could do that. There have been some concepts already published, as some of you will be aware. So there's a paper earlier this year which really looked at an AI-driven reclassification of MS progression, but really focused on very large data sets. And I think what's important with this classification is that arrows go in both directions. So there's not this sense of a single direction of travel is not held there. So we've got early, mild, evolving MS and advanced MS states. There are lots of issues around this classification, and the methodology is quite challenging, but it does introduce some important new concepts. Similarly, Stephen Krieger's paper, who really talks about clinical threshold, what's above and below a clinical threshold. At the meeting in Dublin, and I'll show this slide very quickly because this is not published, a number of other important concepts were put forward which try and incorporate or bring together all that we know about the diagnostic criteria and what's happening with the patients. This is from Xavier, this is Ruth Ann Mary talking about integrated staging systems taken from other conditions, other neurological conditions and diabetes that have also been through this process. A rather interesting prism effect here. And this is Amar's attempt to bring together again a number of different concepts as we describe the person with MS and their journey. So the issues for consideration as we think about new course descriptors is that many of the current models focus largely on people with MS, but not really the continuum. And I quite like this slide, which just shows how our MS spectrum has developed over the years with the new diagnostic criteria, with MS now taking up a much larger proportion of the journey, and RIS and CIS pushed very much to the left. We want to be able to cover all of that, so moving it to the left. Also, two other points to make. We need a model that will allow us to, that will be flexible enough to change over time as we learn more about the disease process and what's going on. And of course, then, any framework will need to be validated, and we need to be able to do that in a useful way, because we're back to the outcome measures, which take many years to develop and then even more to validate. We need to make sure we can move on at relative pace with the course descriptors. So this isn't really a different approach, actually. This is just a continuation of the story that I've been telling. Could we agree on a standardized approach to describing a patient's disease status from the point of diagnosis? So when we see somebody in clinic, and this is the same diagram as before, and we assess that person, there are two real questions we need to ask. What's the current status of the person sitting in front of me? And secondly, what are their risks for the future? So what does their disease trajectory look like? And we can do that through a number of different ways, and I would suggest, and again, this was a recurring theme in Dublin, that we have biological landmarks, we've got clinical status, and we have functional status, and this, I think, is where PROMs really come in, and of course, we have disease modifiers. So we might have a sort of a multimodal assessment, which is shown on this slide, which again, we discussed at some length in Dublin, where you've got functional status, you've got clinical status, disease mechanisms and modifiers, and they are looking towards these two areas of the current state of the individual, but also what their disease trajectory looks like, how you would predict their outcome. And this potentially would looking at 4 domains: clinical status, disease mechanisms, functional status, and modifiers, and giving a sense of where the individual taking this 40-year-old female, 3 years post-diagnosis on disease-modifying treatment, where they may end up. And some will say, well, actually, this is more or less what we do in our clinics. This is what happens. But they will be the highly specialized clinics that have developed their techniques, their approach over the years. But that's just something to discuss and to think about maybe later on. And of course, you take into account all the fluctuations that can occur over time, relapse-associated worsening, PIRA, reversible PIRA, and the gradual disability accumulation. Although I've mentioned earlier, this is not inevitable, and one can move in either direction. So, opportunities afforded by this approach? Well, first of all, I think importantly, treating MS as one disease across the entire patient journey. But within that one condition, being able to look at the individual patients. They're not locked into a particular disease category. You have a multimodal assessment which is done. The dynamic nature of the condition can be captured within that description. And we can use existing tools and measures and involve new ones as new science emerges. So that's really what I'd like to leave you with. It's maybe overly simplistic, but I'm sure there'll be issues that will come up in discussion. And I would just like to thank the group that have helped put this talk together, but particularly Tim Coetzee, who sent me many, many emails over the last week or two with lots of useful suggestions, nearly all of which I've incorporated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alan, for this talk. We have plenty of time for the discussion at the end. So now it's my pleasure to ask to Giampaolo Bricchetto to come to the platform for his talk, New Clinical Descriptors Rooted on PROMs, Myth or Reality. So Giampaolo is involved in many neurological conditions for at least 2 decades, not only in MS, but in stroke, trauma, Parkinson's disease, and of course of MS. So really, I think it's the ideal person to give this important talk about the global view you have on this chronic disease like MS. So thank you. And also a very strong involvement in PROMs from the early days, a very involvement in one working group. So thank you, Giampaolo, for your job.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, chairs, for the invitation in this really relevant meeting. It will be not easy to speak after Professor Alan Thompson for me, and it's also an honor, of course. So I will try to give, let's say, an analysis, a landscape analysis on how PROMs or also functional domains could be relevant in try to think about a sort of new clinical descriptors of MS based on experiential knowledge on the disease. This is the outline of the presentation. So I will start briefly talking about why PROMs are important for people with MS. Then I will try to show you with the data coming from literature the evidence on the use of PROMs to identify the trajectories of the disease over time. Then I will show you some data on the possibility to use the clustering techniques in different diseases that share common domains that could be impaired. Then we will move to the how we can use the PROMs data to phenotype people with MS using a data-driven approach, then a combined model on the use of clinician-assessed and patient-reported outcomes, and then I will show you the results of the global PROM survey that now we are ready to submit for publication. This is a really relevant draft guidance from FDA. It is clear from the figure that there is not one PROM that is relevant for everyone with MS, and also that PROMs could be potentially, could help phenotyping people with MS into clusters experiencing similar symptoms, patterns, and moving towards personalized treatments and care. I would like to start with this with this paper published in 2023 on brain communication. What we can see from the slide, this study emphasized the possible role of registry-based patient-reported outcomes that can extend, let's say, the scope of traditional clinical trials. In this paper is highlighted the possibility to capture the experiential knowledge, in particular using two types of patient-reported outcomes, the MSIS-29 motor scale and the MS walking scale. The authors show data from more than 60,000 people with MS that contributed remotely to these assessments. The median individual follow-up was of 3 years, and the participants were invited to complete the questionnaire every 6 months, so enabling a sort of high-resolution longitudinal trajectories. In these slides, what we can see is the probability density, essentially how scores are distributed within each group of different disease courses: benign MS, relapse remitting, secondary progressive, and primary progressive disease course for the MSIS and the multiple sclerosis walking scale 12. What we can see is that as the disease duration increases, we have 0 to 5, 1 year from onset, then 5 to 10, 10 to 15, 15 to 20, and so on. There is a shift toward the right, so height disability, for some specific phenotype, the progressive disease courses, but also the relapse remitting disease courses is shifting to the right, while the benign MS is, let's say, stable. So we can say that from this data, it seems that PROMs can reveal experiential trajectories for each MS phenotype. Also, other data coming from this interesting paper, from my perspective, is the possibility that is shown in the figure to compare and to identify two distinct groups of people with MS based on the patient-reported outcomes. In this case, we can see that the trajectories of the group of relapse-remitting people with MS that didn't have a transition to the progressive phase are clearly separated from people with relapse-remitting phase that then translated into the secondary progressive disease phase. So what we can say is that take into account the data and also the data at the baseline on MSIS and multiple sclerosis walking scale, PROMs could be potential predictive descriptors of MS evolution. This is another, it's not a paper, it's a poster that will be shown, I think, tomorrow during the European Charcot Foundation by Yang et al. The manuscript is in preparation, in which the authors analyze some outcomes, 18 reported outcomes, 5 physician-assessed reported outcomes, and 13 patient-reported outcomes from a cohort of more than 300 patients with MS, NMOSD, and MOGAD. The main message from my perspective of this poster is that it is possible to identify overarching domains that are relevant. In particular, maybe it's not so clear from this slide, but you can see from the dendrogram that they identify 7 overarching domains or phenotyping domains on motor functional, then cognitive executive, mood, fatigue, and psychosocial domains, sensory pain, visual oculomotor, autonomic bladder and bowel, and composite overlapping domains that are transversal to all the 3 diseases. So the main message from my perspective is that PROMs can also define the descriptor of this burden independently of the disease. Another message that I would like to share with you is from this poster published and shown during the American Academy of Neurology in 2023 by Briggs et al. Also Ontaneda was involved. In this large study from the Cleveland Clinic, the authors applied an unsupervised machine learning technique to PRO data extracted from electronic health records. The total sample was really high. The variable used were 11 PROMs covering domains in the area of mobility, upper limb function, fatigue, pain, sensory function, depression, anxiety, and quality of life. And they identified 9 clusters of experiential knowledge based on PROMs that are summarized here in these slides, that seem to be a continuum of disability increasing over time in people with MS, from low to severe disease burden, that could be relevant in order to try to start thinking about classification or descriptors of the disease based on experiential knowledge. These are also data coming from my group that are now submitted to MSJ. We hope that we will publish soon this data from a cohort of people with MS recruited at the Italian MS Society. These data are combined data on clinician-assessed outcome, performance measure, and patient-reported outcomes in a time period of 8 years. And we can see from the graph that what we would like to understand was the prediction of the severe risk to increase disability. And what we found is that with our data at least, it is possible to reach an accuracy in the prediction of severe risk increase in disability that is quite high at 2 years, is 82%, but is also robust at 5 years, is 73%. So in this case, the message is that also combined data could be used to classify or predict disease evolution. And so we are coming to the data that we collected within the PROMs Global Initiative. As we already know, we launched 2 years ago this survey, trying to understand which were the domains, not the patient-reported outcomes, but the functional domains that were relevant for people with MS. And based on the data and the paper that we have in preparation, ready to be submitted, we identify profiles based on age, gender, and disease course of people with MS. This is the, let's say, the countries that we outreach with this survey. I want to share that with you and to underline that the survey was created directly by the Engagement Coordination Team in collaboration with Working Group 1. So it's a survey from people with MS for people with multiple sclerosis. And we collected data on more than 26 functional domains, grouped in 5 areas: cognition, mood, mobility, sensory, and physical and physiological function. And what we found is that these are the participant characteristics. What we found is that there are, let's say, we can phenotype people experiential knowledge based on disease course. You can see that the prevalence of mood and cognition is quite high in the relapsing remitting disease course, while is the opposite, mobility is ranking as first and then sensory for secondary, primary, progressive. But we can also phenotype people with MS based on age classes. It is clear from these slides that until 60 years old, the mood and cognition domains are quite relevant, while mobility becomes relevant after 60 years old in our population. And another, let's say, really relevant message is that also the gender is guiding the experiential knowledge of people with multiple sclerosis. The female that were prevalent in our group seems to have a mood sensory, let's say, clustering phenotyping, while male are more relevant in terms of mobility and sensory. So I think that we can, what we can say from these data already published or ready for publication, that PROMs and domains can capture the experience of people with MS, that there are evidences that longitudinal data show trajectories of perceived disability, that it's possible to identify experiential clusters of disease that are cross disease, not specific to MS, and that the survey that we launched a few years ago translates these insights into a patient-driven phenotyping model. So the idea is that the PROMs are moving from being outcomes to becoming descriptors of the knowledge, experiential knowledge of the disease. And this is in line with these last slides on bridging the biological mechanism with the different clinical expression of the disease. So this is a possible role of patient-reported outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you, Gianpaolo, for this quite intriguing data. And now it's my pleasure to introduce Professor Jeremy Hobart. We have mentioned several times the importance of validation of the outcomes, and Jeremy is one of very few clinicians who has been formally trained in rating scale science. He has led the development of several rating scales, notably for multiple sclerosis, and he's going to share with us, let's say, some highlights from yesterday's workshop dealing with statistical approaches, mainly rush analysis to rating scales. Please, Jeremy.
Thank you very much. And just to say, that was a lovely talk, Gianpaolo. What I would say is that demonstrates beautifully the added value of good measurement, because you not only measure things well, you get the insights into the understanding of diseases and processes and change over time. So we ran a workshop yesterday, and we were fortunate enough to have David Andrich here, and I'll explain a little bit about that in a second. So just in the next 10 minutes, I'll give you a little bit of background, because naturally most people weren't there. A bit on the aims and the contents and the value, a little bit around the discussions we had, and what I believe most importantly, the opportunities for the initiative. So the background to the workshop is the current standard for analysing clinical trial data from high-cost, pivotal clinical trials that influence the care of people use traditional scientific methods. The problem with those is they're scientifically weak. And this has been known for a long time. In fact, it was first raised in the 1920s by Thurston. Not only do they provide you with scientifically weak measurements, they provide you with little support in terms of understanding the quality of the instruments that you are using, or the nature of the clinical variables that we are measuring. Because of the issues raised in the 20s, there was a field of scientific work to develop new psychometric methods. They were developed and published in their base form in the 1960s. And there are two. One is called rash measurement theory, and one is called item response theory. Theoretically, because of their scientific quality, they should be used routinely. I think that's we would think that would be a logic. The second problem we have is that these are statistically complex methods that use statistical models. The literature and practice has been inaccessible because the work was originally developed in educational measurement. And hence it's not widely known in the clinical fields. It's poorly understood, and because of that, it's little used and often misused. This is the history of psychometric development, showing the three different paradigms of data analysis that we have available to us. In the middle, we have what's known as classical test theory, which is traditional methods of data analysis, which essentially means you just add up the scores, analyze the numbers, and assume they are adequate measurements. The two modern psychometric methods are rash measurement theory and item response theory, and they grew out of the history of this. I can give you a 45-minute lecture on these individuals and their roles, but there's some key people in here. The top two on the left are Fechner and Weber, who did work around objective measurements of human beings and demonstrated human beings are actually very good measurement instruments, i.e. they report good information. In the middle, the guy with the beard is Darwin. And then stemming from there, we see other famous people, including on the left, grabbing his chin, is Ronald Fisher. And these are the key people in statistical development. They have underpinned these modern psychometric methods. So it's not a it's not a new thing. It's not something that is based on some flaky science. It's really very well developed. It's just complex and inaccessible in its form at times. In terms of rash measurement theory, the two key people are these two. On the left is George Rash, who did the original work. And what he did, in simple terms, is he took the definition of measurement and turned it into a mathematical formula. That means you have a criterion for testing. The guy on the right is David Andrich, who was here yesterday and who I've spent most of the last 18 months with in Perth. He worked directly with Rash in the 70s. He extended Rash's work from dichotomous items, that is, items with two response categories, to items with more than two response categories. And he has subsequently laid down the foundations of the field conceptually, empirically, statistically, and in terms of a software program to analyze the data. Nobody knows more about this than him. So the aim of the focus around rash measurement theory, and this applies not just to PROMs, it applies to clinician-related rated outcome measures like the EDSS, all the ones that we use in all the areas. These are generic concepts for measurement. So we wanted to outline the contribution of rash measurement theory to constructing high-quality measurements with errors of measurement at the individual person level. We wanted to show how you can transform ordinal scores into interval-level measurements for each person under the right conditions. We want to show how you could diagnose and correct problems in existing instruments relevant for patient-level measurement in our studies. And we want to show how you can improve the construction of new instruments for patient-level measurement. So our goals, and this we showed yesterday, hence why our goals for today, We wanted to expose you to somebody's life work. There aren't many people who have developed a statistical method and its application. So we had a real opportunity to engage with somebody who has done that. We wanted to raise some awareness of the added value of rash measurement theory to the MS community, to industry, and to regulatory bodies. We wanted to facilitate interest in applying these methods routinely, and more importantly, people studying them and their applications. We wanted to show how you can improve measurement and improve measurement processes, and how this could reduce the size, duration, and cost of our very, very expensive, long-winded clinical trials. And we wanted to stimulate a desire for a coordinated training program within the MS field and coordinated research initiative. So this was what we had as our outline. So there was an introduction. We then talked about interval level measurements and why it really matters. And what we showed is that the ordered scores that we analyze are not linearly related to interval level measurements. And in fact, you get an S-shaped curve, and sometimes a change of 1 point can mean 35 times as much difference in some areas of the scale as it does in others. So just analyzing ordinal scores underestimates changes and differences. We wanted to show that you get individual person standard errors, and you can look at significance of change at the individual person level, which gives you a statistically legitimate measurement of change or difference, whereas at the moment our changes of difference are heuristic. So we have these ideas that a change of X points in an instrument are meaningful. This moves this to the next level of scientific quality. We wanted to show that you can see the instruments that you're working with. You can actually visualize what they look like and how they function. You can see their limited range, their imprecision, and their problems in the samples that we have. We wanted to demonstrate in real time that you can do these analyses and that they are manageable. We wanted to show that the response categories that we use are key to the interpretation of data. And if they're not working as intended, then you have a fundamental problem. And these issues don't come out in the standard methods of validating instruments. We wanted to show about alignment, and that the way the samples align with instruments are fundamentally important to the interpretation of data. We used an example from the cancer data using the EORTC 30 that showed if you just analyze the data as is versus analyzing those people who are well aligned to the scale, you see a fundamental difference. You see no significant change in the total sample, and you see a very significant improvement in multiple aspects of life quality when you analyze those people who are able to have their changes measured. And we wanted to show just briefly how you go about transforming these ordered data into proper scientific interval level measurements. And we were going to do a second demonstration, but we didn't get around to it. I think we showed multiple scientific and clinically meaningful advantages of using rash measurement theory. We showed how it can assist our improvements and our development, which means a radical change in the way that we look at instruments and we build them in an iterative manner. I think we showed why clinical trials need more sophisticated measurement instruments to pick up changes and differences. And we also showed, which Gianpaolo has alluded to, how improvement and attention to measurement actually feeds back to our understanding of the clinical issues and the clinical variables that we are seeking to measure. I think we showed the analyses are manageable. but that training is necessary. And the discussions, which were important and interesting, also focused on the importance of a significant attention to the quality of the qualitative work underpinning PROs and clinical related outcome measures. And that underpinned my questions to the EMA today, were around the quality control issues. So, my view, if we are to redefine the way we analyse data, MS studies should move towards using modern psychometric methods routinely. It is hard for me to understand how you can spend £2 billion on a multi-site international clinical trial of breast cancer and not pay this sort of attention to the instruments of measurement that you use. Because you don't need to pay £2 billion to get the measurement instruments, but you do to get the study done. I believe we need a coordinated research program of data analysis. Forensic level analysis of the instruments that we use, and a commitment to improve them where appropriate when we identify their limitations. For those who need more convincing about the methodologies, then we need structured comparisons of the different methods. I think it's hard to see how classical test theory-based analyses are really adequate, and why we should not be moving towards these more detailed methods. There are always some discussions about the relationships between rash measurement theory and item response theory, which I can go into in boring detail at some stage if anyone's interested. But we need structured training programs. We need to train the next generation of MS researchers and industry analysts in how these methods are used appropriately and interpreted correctly. We have an unbelievable opportunity because we've engaged with the most important person in this area because he had developed the methods. If we want to build on that, then we need him to help us with the coordinated research programs and the structured training programs so that his level of knowledge is not lost over time. So that's what we've been trying to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. And now we have time for discussion. Any comment from the audience or questions? Professor Montalban.
Thank you. So, Gianpaolo, I think you showed that PROs are not only a possible outcome in clinical trials, in multiple sclerosis in general, but also they can be surrogates for future disability, right? This is what I understood. So do you think the EMA and the FDA are ready to accept surrogates for future disability, since we are still awaiting the MRI gut lesions to be a surrogate for annualized relapse rate in phase 3 relapsing MS trials? I'm taking advantage of my colleagues here.
Okay, can you hear me? I think that we can ask also to EMA. I think that we are ready from my perspective to understand how we can use PRO as surrogate markers of disease evolution in some way. I think that this is relevant in particular from the data that we have from literature, in particular for the progressive form of the disease, in which it is possible to identify clusters of domains that are more related to or mobility or cognition mood. It seems that are quite different in the evolution of the progression of the disease. This could guide eventually or inform better the clinical trials on this particular cohort of patients.
Elena would like.
I'm not sure whether I fully understand. When we speak about surrogate, that's usually an endpoint that is not clinical and that somehow predicts a clinical event or a clinical phenotype or whatsoever. So if PROMs are at some point validated as a clinical outcome measurement or clinical outcome assessment, and then as potentially endpoint, they are no longer surrogate. They are the endpoint. So I'm not sure whether I fully understand the notion of the surrogacy in that particular scenario.
We will have a discussion here, which is good. No, I think, of course, yes, if you consider PRO by itself, by themselves, are an outcome, could be a primary outcome or the main secondary outcome, whatever, and you accept that, that's perfect. But however, you would like to see if there is any correlation between the PRO and disability measured by a standard or classical. This is one option, right? And if this is the case, as Gianpaolo showed us, and also Carmen Tour published that with the PDSS, would you be more comfortable in accepting those PROs as the primary endpoint? Let's see, be more specific. So,
I mean, when you aim to validate the PROM, one of the psychometric principles, again, my disclosure, I'm not a psychometric expert, but one of the psychometric principles is validity. And among the different validity aspects, one is construct validity. And what you mentioned falls what I think is within the convergent validity. So the instrument behaves as expected. So it's of course, if you aim to validate and PROM as primary or secondary endpoint, at some point you will have to show that evidence to have it validated. It doesn't mean it has to be a perfect correlation. Actually, it should not be a perfect correlation, because if a perfect correlation exists, then it's as good or as bad as the instrument, so it's useless. But that's formally part of the validation. That is one of the aspects it needs to be on the checklist to eventually get the stamp of that can be used as a key secondary endpoint, or eventually this can be used as a primary endpoint. It's just before, it's not after in the trial, it's actually before the validation, what you need to show this evidence.
If I just add, I mean, I think one of the challenges is that if you look at the domains on the slide I showed of the course descriptors, the relationship between these domains is quite complex. It's not linear in any way. So you can take time to define it, but actually, we know very well, to take a very simplistic example, there could be someone with MS with 2 or 3 lesions on MRI that has devastating fatigue. There's no relationship between the two. So it's somehow getting an understanding of what the PROM is telling us and how that relates to the other domains. And it's not by any means straightforward, I would suggest.
Maybe Professor Leblin?
Thank you, Alan. Thank you for summarizing some of the challenges that we face on coming up with a new classification. One of those challenges has been regulatory acceptance. So I want my colleague here to stay close, but it's lovely to see you here. One of the problems that started when they rechanged the labeling in saponimod, you mentioned, was that they got it wrong. And it wasn't just the FDA that got it wrong. Other agencies got it wrong as well. And now it's been propagated into ICD-11. And I remember you were involved in ICD-10. I don't know if you had input to 11, but it's pretty close to a disaster. And so my question is, how do we improve communication with regulators to give them some guidance and input when they are not asking for it?
That's really a good question. So yes, and I have discussed this with some of your colleagues in the initiative. So is there any, if the initiative of trying to come up with a different staging, classification, you name it, of the courses of the condition is landing at some point, it is going to be very appreciated if you could let us know, because our guidance of drug development in MS is pretty outdated. It has remained outdated because, fairly honest, to develop drugs for relapsing remitting MS is quite obvious how to do it, but certainly if there is a change in the description and we go away with the drug development of other phenotypes, it might be a good opportunity to have this dialogue so that the new staging idea is incorporated in the guidance. Because that's relevant because we use the guidance as a reference, not saying that it's a legally binding document. We can't go beyond the guidance, it's not a problem. It's true that we use the course descriptors for the indication, so it has a major impact on how we define the indications in Europe. So if we got it wrong, it's going to be an impact on how a patient in Europe gets or not get the current whatever drug. So I welcome if you go, if it's finally materialized or nearby to materialize, you let me know. We could see how we can land this.
So that sounds like a wonderful idea. The problem is we published this in 2014, and then FDA, well, everyone actually, came out with labeling changes in about 2018, and we published again in 2020, Alan had it on his timeline there, an update to say, wait a minute, this is what we mean. And the outcome of that was the change in ICD-11 rather, which propagates the same problem. So we'd be happy to meet and discuss, and I can't relate to EMA, but at least on the FDA side, it hasn't been successful. And Tim's not here, is he? Coming later, yeah. And Tim Kutzi was involved with this. Just interestingly enough, when they first propagated, the CDC mentioned that they want to change the codes. The MS Society found out about this accidentally and got their lobbyists to get up and set up a meeting with us to say, you know, you're getting this all wrong. And they said, okay, we won't change it, but then they went ahead and changed it. So there's clearly a dialogue disconnect.
Thank you so much.
Yes, Professor Montaneda?
Yeah.
Yes, it works.
All right, fantastic. Thank you so much for excellent talks. My question's for Jeremy, and it relates to the fact that you presented very clearly a model with which one can have scalability of the variable, so their psychometric properties will be valuable. I guess my question comes back to, is there sufficient confidence in the measures we have that we will be able to successfully apply this model? And it, I think, gets back to one of the problems in our field, which is dimensionality of the constructs we try to measure, which in multiple sclerosis are interdependent and heavily woven within each other. So any thoughts on that? And if so, do you think we need more measures, or do you think what we have is enough?
So there's a couple of issues in there, I guess. The first one is the existing measures. And I would suggest that we need a forensic and detailed analysis of those, understand strengths and weaknesses, how they will impact on trial results in circumstances, and what we can do to improve upon them. The second question around dimensionality is a more complex issue, and it came up in discussion yesterday. And it's a much misunderstood scenario because dimensionality is relative. It's relative to the context in which you are applying an instrument. So to give you a simple example, you might do a maths exam at school and get a grade. And within there, there'll be pure maths, applied maths, mechanics, calculus, algebra, blah-de-blah-de-blah. Each one of which is a separate dimension that could be measured independently. But we combine those because for the context of what we're trying to achieve, an overall maths grade is good enough. And that's the issue that we have, I think in some ways, yet to address appropriately, which is the discussions around the specifics of what we intend to measure under certain circumstances, and the level at which we place our line of dimensionality. So essentially, do we want to be measuring pure maths and applied maths separately, or do we want to measure maths? It's the same context for MS. Do you see MS as an overall concept that can be measured by a multi-dimensional scenario, or a broader scenario, or something whereby we would want to measure individual dimensions separately? And if we do want to do that, actually, do we want to measure individual subdimensions of subdimensions directly? And those are the discussions I think that we, at some stage, need to start moving into, which is around the qualitative issue and a much clearer engagement with people with MS.
Okay, thank you. Gilles, Professor Redon.
We are discussing the importance of the need of the recognition of PRO by the health authority, but don't you think that at first we should discuss the recognition of PRO by the health professional? You know that very few use them in routine practice. They are not introduced in their academic training. So I think we should think about education on the use of PRO for the health professional. That might be a very important step before having this tool introduced in the clinical trial with more convincing demonstration of the benefit for the patient.
Okay, who want to comment? Yeah, Jeremy.
There are multiple areas where education is required. And in the application of PROs, the understanding of them, how they might be used, and in what context is another area for education. I guess our focus from yesterday was around the quality of the instruments we use to measure variables in our clinical trials and the opportunities that we have available to us.
Okay, thank you. May I have a question to the panel? I would like also to have Marilene's opinion about that. It's very difficult in the routine care clinic. For example, we discuss with a patient using PRO questionnaire. I like to use a symptom screen or MSIS-29, or I also used MS Detect for digital tools. Sometimes the patient is classified as poorly relapsing remitting MS. It's written in the letter to the GP, copied to the patient, and so on. But definitely using PRO or digital tools, we see some degree of increase in disability, sometimes subtles. And now the patient is aware of what we are doing. He knows the drug he has is for relapsing remitting MS, and he say, do you think I'm still in the relapsing remitting phase? Or I switch, maybe is it PIRA? Is it really SPMS? So the new descriptors are very important for the phenotyping, I think. But it's very difficult in routine care clinic. So I would like to have your opinion, Marinella, about this kind of discussion. Probably you know very well.
Yeah, actually it's difficult to, let me give you my experience. I learned about, I don't really remember in which category I am, because discussing with other patients, discussing with other patients made me feel like my disease was really different, especially how it started. So yeah, these categories are hard for us to understand. We know that they're, the doctors need them so they can decide what medicines we get and everything. But it's something that has to change, and it has to keep our experience in mind. I believe that, I was recently in a presentation from a doctor in Cyprus, and he told us about the new type of lesions iron. Okay, I'm not good with the clinical terms, but which shows that there is a continued relapse. So secondary and primary are not really good indicators anymore with the new medical things proofs we have. So yeah, and I was listening before how there are discussions if we're doing it correct or not, but I think we have to go through those things in order to come to a good result. Maybe we will disagree, sometimes we will say that's not working for us, and we need all the medical field to agree and the science to prove everything. But in the end, we're gonna come to a conclusion. We just need to go through all the mess so we can get somewhere we all agree.
Okay, so Alan, maybe indeed, do you think that PROMs could be helpful to better phenotype of patients beyond clinical evaluation, whatever?
So, I mean, to the point you make, really amplifies why we need to make some changes, that the current labels are inadequate. But we've always known that there are more sensitive measures that could pick up change that we don't pick up at the EDSS. But I think moving away from these labels is really helpful, and then looking at what's actually happening to the individual with MS and looking at that in several different domains. And then you capture all of that. How you put that together, back to Jeremy's point, how you put all of that together is another point altogether, but at least you're capturing the entire experience for the individual and in a way which may allow you to recruit for trials and to target treatments.
Robert and then Paula.
What happened to Paula? So I'd just like to reinforce some of this discussion and also talk about dimensionality, and I apologize for Gilles and myself hijacking the regulatory session to talk too much about clinical care, because I do think the point of where these measures come from, how they're used routinely in the clinic, and how they get into the regulatory process is really important. But to the point of dimensionality, I don't think most people living with MS want their MS score, and they want their MS score treated. What they want is their fatigue improved, their hand function improved. You know, oh, and by the way, EDSS doesn't capture hand function, and their anxiety and depression improved. So I think that from a dimensionality point of view, which may be different from a regulatory outcome point of view, I think that we want the individual domains, which may lead to Jeremy's raising the question about subdomains as well. But I think that a lot more needs to be done in the clinical care setting using standardized instruments that allow you to follow the treatments for various symptoms, which fall into multiple categories. Pharmacological, non-pharmacological, which do I choose for which patient, and how do I follow those? Thank you.
I totally agree, but we should converge on a few well-validated measures, because there is a jungle, so we need really, and I think this PROMs project could be very helpful to get this agreement. Paula? No.
Can I just add to that before the next question? Absolutely, Robert. These are issues of context. And we have to separate the different contexts to understand what the role of that context is and what we're trying to achieve. I think sometimes we misuse and abuse situations, and in doing so, we get ourselves into difficult and jarring positions over using a tool for something and then feeling that it's not doing what it's expected to do because it's used out of context.
Yeah, thanks. I'm not sure. I mean, I think the PROMs used for the clinical setting, so not the PROMs perhaps, but the construct measured in the clinical setting and the ones measured for clinical outcome assessment should not be different. Maybe we may need to use different instruments, but certainly I don't think any clinical outcome assessment tool would be a good one for regulatory purpose if it doesn't capture what is relevant for the patient. What would be? I mean, the construct itself needs to be the same. If cognition, dexterity, ambulation, vision are relevant for the patients, a good instrument for the trial should include that domains. Whether the exact instrument is the same, that's a different question. That's we will see later probably. In many of the drug developments, they borrow the instrument from the clinical setting, and sometimes how the instrument has been built is not correct for the clinical trial, but the traits, the construct it themselves, probably they are. So it needs to be a differentiation between these two things. Thanks.
Now, Paola.
No, just a comment building on Professor Labling and Professor Thompson consideration, and also coming back to the title of our meeting, that is the impact of PROMs in developing emerging therapies. I think that to Elena's point, if we will come to a new definition, I think that we are already there. And also based on your comment, it's very clear that this scientific advice concept needs to be bilateral. So my question is only, let's think about whether, based on existing evidence that were very well presented in this section, I mean, we can have a path forward together to make this happen, because it's a fact that for people living with the disease, the current classification does not mean anything. It does not reflect what are their experiential knowledge. So we need to do something with this. So just to encourage us to find a path forward to start discussing this already, as you did in the preparatory call we had with Professor Thompson and Timothy Cozzi about this meeting. So I think that we are still there, and it's time to do something for patients.
Okay, so thank you to the speakers. They keep the time. Great point also. Thank you for the audience for the key discussion point. Thank you also for the final comment. I think it's important, the topic of the emerging therapies. But I need to admit, as a basic clinician, PRO is already very useful in the clinical management of patients. I learn a lot. Beyond the discussion I have, I learn a lot about some even very simple PRO, like symptom screen, for example. I learned a lot. So, of course, it's important to point. So, coffee break. We have 20 minutes. Thank you.
Let's get started, please. Have a seat. Yeah. So, Nectar and I, we will be chairing this session 3, alignment of stakeholders for PROs for emerging therapies. So, and I think the first speaker is Carlo Antozzi from the Istituto Neurologico Carlo Besta, and he will be talking about successful PROs development from rare neurological disease, the case of myasthenia gravis. Carlo?
For the introduction, and thank you to Paola Zaratin for the kind invitation to be here today and to share and to learn a lot from MS. We had, of course, exactly the same problems in myasthenia, and so I will try to summarize in a few minutes what have we got so far and where are we trying to go in the near future. In the last century, traditional treatment had provided an excellent result that was passing from 100%, almost 100% mortality for MG to close to 2%, the actual mortality rate. But we had no clinical trials, only clinical descriptions, and we couldn't compare real-world experiences due to lack of any kind of shared instrument. That was a real issue. But since 2027, and it's almost yesterday, there has been an explosion of new compounds that have been investigated by means of randomized clinical trials, and of course, with
in part also patient-reported outcomes, but we still have a lot of work to do. We have 4 main categories of compounds emerging in the clinics now, because most all of them are approved regarding B-cell inhibitors, complement inhibitors, neonatal Fc receptors inhibitors, and now they are moving also in the new story of the CAR T cells. So a lot of work, a lot of available new compounds in a very short period of time. So the story of reported outcomes and of outcomes in general dates back to the 80s. And it started from physician-reported outcomes, actually. The first clinical score that was designed was developed in the 80s, changed in the 80s, up to the year 2000, when the Myasthenia Gravis Association of America actually recommended the use of the QMG, that is a physician-designed outcome. But at the same time, again in the 80s, it was quite clear that the increasing emphasis was set on other issues regarding the quality of life and the actual impact of myasthenia on the disease, because the issue is myasthenia is very different from MS, because it's a chronic disease. It's symptomatic, it's treatable, but it's really fluctuating. This is an important thing to take into account when we have to deal with patient-reported outcomes. So in 1999, an MG-ADL scale that is a patient-reported outcome designed by physician was set. At the same time, another hybrid scale was developed in 2008. The issue with the QMG, where all the story came up, is that it is an objective rating scale. It takes more than 30 minutes. So at the same time, and the first patient-reported outcome was developed, is the MG activity of daily living. It takes only a few minutes and regards not the whole the patient in his or her complexity, but the main areas of impairment in myasthenia gravis. And then a further using data from an older clinical trial of mycophenolate, the best performing items for the QMG and the manual muscle test and MG-ADL were considered to build an hybrid scale that is the MG composite, that is made in part of patient-reported outcomes and in part by physician related outcomes. At the same time, another important aspect of the disease was taken into consideration. It is quality of life. It's a long story of a long list of items that were first generated, and they were reduced, improved, up to the actual instrument we are currently using in clinical trials, that is the Myasthenia Gravis Quality 15 revised version. And it is very important to notice that the items that most significantly were found to be reported as abnormal in the validation study were not those related to simple neurological issues, but were those related to psychological and occupational domains. And then we arrived to 2009, when the FDA promoted the guidelines for interesting patient-reported outcome measure. And this was quite an important point, because at the end, since the year 2000, the era of randomized clinical trials in myasthenia started, and so we had to use outcomes. And so what was recommended, the QMG and objective scale as a primary outcome measure, was substituted by the MG-ADL, that is a patient-reported outcome that has been used, that is continuously used as a primary outcome. We might discuss if this is okay or not, but actually all the clinical trials since the first, the eculizumab one that was reported in 2017, use this kind of outcome. The outcome as it is conceived is able, they think that it is able to express the disability, and the minimum improvement that is considered by the physicians a degree of significant improvement is only 2 points, and this is able to, if you look at any kind of curve of improvement we can see in these clinical trials, they are always the same. We see a quite nice separation from the placebo to the treatment effect, but at the same time on the upper right panel, you see clearly for the lower levels of the score, there is a big placebo effect that is going to be progressively reduced as soon as we choose a more robust degree of improvement. This was observed first with the complement inhibitor. This is the first trial on eculizumab. You see a quite nice separation between placebo and the compound, and then during the long open label extension, the two curves are absolutely one over the other, meaning that we are able to see a clinical effect in this patient. The opposite outcome that has been generated considering the MG-ADL scale is the minimal symptom expression. This is quite robust, quite easy, because it corresponds to an MG-ADL 0 or 1. It means that the patient is almost asymptomatic, or at the MG quality of life from 0 to 3. And again, there is a quite nice separation from placebo and in red, and the results obtained with the compound in blue. But these are the two opposites. We have to consider all the nuances, all what we have in between. The evolution from eculizumab was that of ravulizumab for the sake of patients' compliance. It is administered only once every 8 weeks compared to every 13 weeks. And again, the results are very similar. The important thing is that with these instruments, we are able to move from the trials to the clinic, because as we can see in the lower panels, which is just an example on how the improvement is expressed as reduction of the curves, and we have a parallel improvement of the MG-ADL, that is a patient-reported outcome, of the QMG, that is objective, and the MG quality of life. At the same time, we see a big placebo effect if we use an improvement of the ADL of only 2 points, but at the same time, we find that also in clinical practice that about 40% of patients usually reach a minimum symptom expression with this kind of treatment. That means the patients are asymptomatic. Changing completely the area of intervention, if we move to another compound, the technology of assessing improvement is again always the same. On the left panel, you see how the curves for placebo and the treatment with an FcRn inhibitor, that is efgartigimod, introduced in 2021 as an early access program, they are quietly separated. The treatment effect is reproducible using a patient-reported outcome. At every treatment cycle, we obtain always the same kind and degree of improvement. And again, we have a quite evident but placebo effect that is going to disappear as soon as we choose more robust levels and depth of improvement. These results are transferred in clinical practice, because we see again on the left, these come from our personal experience. So there are close to 50 patients now, with how the ADL behaves along the clinical observation together with the MEG quality of life. And again, the degree of improvement can be variable. It depends on how we use our patient-reported outcome clinical scale. And this is the last one that we have just reported in February, again with another inhibitor. We have a quite nice separation between the placebo effect, and at least on the right panel, at least 50%, about 50% of patients have at least a 50% improvement of their clinical condition. But there is something we have to understand. MG-ADL is a patient-reported instrument, but is designed by physicians. It doesn't come from the process we just learned this morning. It takes only a few minutes. It's very practical. It has been designed as being administered by the physician, but there is now an agreement that it might be fulfilled, the questionnaire, by the patient themselves, provided they've been well instructed on how to respond, and the recall period is 7 days. But the story is not over, because now we learned this morning about patient-centered outcome measure, and this from Professor Robert explained this process very well this morning. From a methodological point of view, the design of the instrument is totally different from the other one, and this one has been just set up by the Professor Kaminsky group a few years ago in the United States, starting from a literature review with interviews with MG patients as a first step, followed by a second step with analysis of data from a phase 2 applied to a phase 2 study. And they came up after a long process, we have no time to deal with 32 items that cover several aspects, neurological aspects of the disease, but also two areas that are very important to patients, that are muscle weakness, fatigability, and physical fatigue, because these are problems that are usually complained of very frequently by patients, again with a recall period of 7 days, with a wider conceptual coverage, a wider granular content compared to old and previous instruments. And they applied this kind of instrument to two trials, to one trial, that is one with regarding roxanolixizumab, that is another FcRn inhibitor in myasthenia. And again, on the upper panel on your left, if you look on the upper part, we see a comparison of how the patient improve using the ADL, that is the patient-reported outcome, the MGC, that is the hybrid one, and the QMG, that is the objective one. But also in the lower panel, you see the same behavior regarding some items that have never been taken into consideration with all clinical all clinical scales, but also by the simple MG-ADL scale. And this is quite important. The correlation between this new scale that is called MG-PRO, MG-ADL was 0.7, it was considered strong, and the correlation for other scores was moderate, between 0.5 and 0.7. During the last 5 years, the majority, most of the European guidelines, or I would say recommendation regarding treatment of myasthenia, are changing their goals, and all of them report about that the main goal should be to obtain the best possible disease control or achievement of minimal symptoms, of minimal expression of symptoms, or again, minimal manifestations. This is an important concept. It may look maybe philosophical, because we need to probably to quantify these issues, but we are moving away from clinical scales, trying to put the holistic situation of the patient into consideration. And also a great effort has been done during last year to address the variability in the results we can obtain and the way we administer rating scale in myasthenia. This is very important, and there is no time to go through all this paper. If you are interested, they are very interesting. But what it is very important, in my opinion, and in terms of what we learned this morning, is that the ADL is a very practical and useful instrument, but it doesn't cover many areas of what the patient feel actually. It doesn't cover the non-motor manifestation of myasthenia, but what is really important that the panel experts were not able to address a very important issue. We talk about a minimal clinical important disease difference, and this might be easy to be calculated on the basis of a simple rating scale, but we don't know what the minimum interval means to the patients. And so this, I think, is an important issue that should be addressed in the future. Using data from clinical trials, but I think that we should rethink about this also using our clinical series and not only clinical trials. So we have MG-specific tools for clinical trials and clinical practice, but we should, of course, continue on research in patient-centered reported outcomes. We need to study the MCID thresholds of improvement and their relationship to what patients actually feel, because what the patient field does not correspond to what the physician usually evaluate in his clinical assessment. The important thing is that coming from clinical trials, what the instruments we use provided common language, because we are now able to compare real-world experience, and this is very absolutely important. We were not able to do this in the past, now we can, and there are several myasthenia gravis registry in Europe already ongoing. Some others are in their process of being setting up, and they already started a group in last year trying to harmonize different registry in Europe, and this is impossible if we don't use common data elements, and in this regard, reported outcome might be considered as common data element. And of course, we need to pay more attention to non-motor manifestation of myasthenia, because this is not considered by any kind of instrument that we use so far. And to conclude, I would like to remember one brilliant neurologist, I think, that died 3 years ago. He developed all the work we are talking today, and he understood as a patient and as a neurologist that we should move from clinical trials to the clinic and backward, and he did a lot trying to put everything together, but unfortunately he could not continue with his work. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlo. It's my pleasure to invite to the podium Tammy McIver, who is a patient-centered outcome research expert representing the MS research around patient-reported outcomes in Roche. And she will tell us about the role of PROs in drug development from an industry perspective.
Hello everybody, and thank you for the opportunity to be here today to share the industry perspectives. So my disclaimer, I am an employee of Roche Products, and the views here presented today are my views and not necessarily the views of Roche. So I'm going to cover 4 main topics. First of all, what is a patient-reported outcome measure? I'm going to talk about how we incorporate patient experience data across drug development industry, some of the challenges that we face, opportunities for cross-industry collaborations like the CPAF and the PROMs initiative today, and finally, a call for action. So within drug development, we collect many different types of clinical outcome assessments, and the FDA define a COA as a measure that describes or reflects how a patient feels, functions, or survives. Now, the purpose of today's presentation is to talk about the patient-reported outcome measures that come direct from the patient without any interpretation by a clinician or anybody else. Now, these measures can be captured by paper, but they can also be captured on an electronic device like a tablet or a mobile phone. We incorporate patient experience data within industry across the entire drug development lifecycle. And patient-reported outcome measures are the most established types of patient experience data. Over the next couple of slides, I'm going to talk through how we go from understanding the lived experience of patients, which drives the measurement strategy, which drives the selection of your clinical outcome measures and your patient-reported outcome measures into your clinical trials, how this evidence is used for regulatory and access, and finally, how we include patient-reported outcome measures in post-approval. So understanding the lived experience is extremely important. This drives the measurement strategy. We could do this doing literature reviews, but the gold standard would be to do a qualitative study to speak to people with MS, to understand what their symptoms are, what matters to them, what are their patient preferences. This is an example of a study that we published a couple of years ago, whereby we interviewed 40 people living with multiple sclerosis and 5 neurologists to understand their lived experiences. From this information, we developed what we call a disease conceptual model On the right-hand side, you can see an example of one for multiple sclerosis, and the most common symptoms here and the impacts are split by domain. We have upper and lower limb function, cognition, vision, and other symptoms such as fatigue, bowel and bladder problems, psychological, and pain. And as Melina said earlier today, every individual is different and every patient's journey is different, and that's super important to acknowledge that. When we're looking at this table here, which is showing the most common symptoms and impacts, this drives our measurement strategy. So in early phase, we will identify the outcome measures. And to start doing this, we do what we call a co-landscaping exercise. And if you think of this as like going shopping, looking what outcome measures are already available. Now, within multiple sclerosis, there are many established clinical outcome assessments. The expanded disability status scale is a widely used clinician-reported outcome measure. We have several performance outcome measures like the timed 25-foot walk test, the 9-hole peg test, and we also have several patient-reported outcome measures where we map these to those domains, the symptoms, impacts that I talked about earlier. As an example, the multiple sclerosis walking scale measures lower limb function, and the able hand measures upper limb function. And you can see here we have several measures of fatigue, but this is by no means exhaustive. There are many, many outcome measures out there. If there's a measurement gap, we would develop a new outcome measure. The example shown here is from spinal muscular atrophy. This was a patient-reported outcome measure that we developed for independence. On other occasions, we might modify an existing outcome measure. So, for example, in one of our current clinical trials, we've modified the patient global impression of change to use this to calculate meaningful change thresholds for the side wearable device. Now, within our clinical studies, we use all this information collected from different outcome measures to support regulatory approval and access. Now, this shows just two examples of patient-reported outcome measures that we commonly use in our clinical trials. There's the Multiple Sclerosis Impact Scale 29, which is 29 items, and this collects information on the psychological and the physical impacts of multiple sclerosis. The EQ5D is an example of a scale that we will use in our clinical trials, which supports access and reimbursement. One thing that I haven't mentioned so far is that when we think about collecting information on clinical trials, the patient engagement is absolutely critical. And we have an MS squad that includes people living with MS, and we will consult them regularly for their advice and guidance on, for example, which clinical outcome assessments and PROs to include in our clinical studies. We also include patient-reported outcome measures to support life cycle management. We might be interested in additional concepts, for example, treatment administration and convenience. The Treatment Administration Satisfaction Questionnaire is an example of a patient-reported outcome measure that we would include to assess this. And we also do lots of exploratory analysis in the post-approval phase. In an ideal world, those clinically meaningful within-person change thresholds, they would be developed before we start our phase 3 studies using phase 2 data, but in reality, that's often done afterwards or in parallel with our phase 3. Now, there are many challenges with the integration of patient-reported outcome measures in drug development. The first one I'd like to talk about is measure selection. If there are multiple measures for the same concept, that limits comparability and it complicates your regulatory and HTA review. So, for example, if there are many different measures of fatigue, study A uses one measure, study B uses different measure, you are not comparing apples with apples, so that's a challenge. We've talked a lot this morning about scientific rigor. Patient-reported outcome measures must be developed with input from the patient. They must be valid, they must be reliable, They must be responsive and sensitive enough to detect change, to meet the high rigor and the quality standards which are, required to meet regulatory. Endpoint hierarchy is another challenge. Quite often, the patient-reported outcome measures are secondary endpoints, and more often, especially in multiple sclerosis, they're included as exploratory outcome measures, which limits their impact because studies are not often powered for them. An exception to this would be in indications like pain, where, for example, a measure of pain, a patient-reported outcome measure, is often included as the primary outcome measure. Moving on to operational logistics, there are loads. Thinking about licensing, where do you get the patient-reported outcome measure from? How do you get to use it in your clinical trial? Thinking about translations, there's a very robust translation process that should be followed, which includes forward translation, backwards translation, forward translation again, linguistic validation. And that's complicated if you're running a global clinical study with 50 languages. Data collection is a challenge. Do you collect this information on paper? Do you collect it on an electronic device like a computer, a tablet, a mobile phone device? There's increasing usage of bring your own devices now, so patients use their own mobiles. Within patient-reported outcome measures, there's the challenge with missing data, that's often missing, and also the patient burden. When we're designing a clinical trial, you really need to manage those expectations and not overburden the patient. You don't want to give them, 10 different PROs to complete. Interpretation of the results is also a challenge. For example, without those meaningful within-person change thresholds, what does a change of X points on X scale really mean, and how can that be interpreted? And unfortunately, the patient-reported outcome measures are often not included in primary manuscripts, and we do need to get better at that. Another challenge is that different stakeholders have different evidence needs here. The FDA are interested in evidence related to core signs, symptoms, and related signs and symptoms. The EMEA might be interested in more evidence, for example, more general physical, psychological functioning. And then the payers, they're interested in things like the EQ5D, which is used for utilities, health status, and satisfaction. And we really need to balance these needs of all the different stakeholders, and most importantly, the needs of the clinician, the prescribers, the patients, and their families. Now, there's many opportunities to ensure that these patient-reported outcomes are developed with sufficient scientific rigor and they are fit for purpose. An example of one collaboration is the Critical Path Institute. So they lead collaborations to accelerate drug development. And within the CPAth, there's a PRO consortium which has 26 members from different pharmaceutical companies. And if you look on the right-hand side, that shows an example of 5 or 6 patient-reported outcome measures that have been qualified by the FDA. And these are in different areas. You can see depression, non-small cell lung cancer, asthma, and irritable bowel syndrome. And within the CPAth, we have the MS working group that are focusing on the qualification of 2 patient-reported outcome measures for multiple sclerosis. These include the PROMIS fatigue scale and also the PROMIS physical function scale. Now, this does not go without challenges. You can see in the table the timelines. The PROMIS fatigue scale, the letter of intent was submitted to the FDA 8 years ago in 2017. The final qualification package was submitted to the FDA a couple of months ago, so that's 8 years. And it's currently undergoing review. So fingers crossed that the PROMIS fatigue scale will be qualified by the FDA, and we will use this in our clinical studies. Now, patient inclusivity has many benefits for industry, and this means partnering with the patient community in order to understand the needs of all patients along the whole product life cycle. And these statistics were pulled from the public domain, and you can see here these are quite staggering. You can see faster recruitment, you can see time savings, you can see cost savings, you can see increased chance of success of having positive results and increased chance of product launch. So my call to action today, and I know I'm preaching to the converted here, but patient experience data, including your patient-reported outcomes, should be integrated into all stages of drug development. Now, within multiple sclerosis, patient-reported outcomes provide a valuable complement to the traditional disability and relapse-related outcome measures. It was already alluded to this morning, within industry, we would like to see clearer guidance on the inclusion of patient-reported outcome measures in drug development, how this information is used, for example, to inform the benefit risk. That would be really helpful. And I would encourage you all to support and engage in cross-industry collaborations like the CPAF and the PROMs initiative to advance this field. So thank you very much for your attention.
Well, thank you very much indeed. Thank you. So the next speaker is Elena Martinez La Piscina. She will be talking about regulatory perspective on alignment of PROs and drug development. Elena?
Yes, thank you so much for the invitation to join the event and participate in the event. So I can advance, yes, with this one. So today I will focus briefly to these points of the presentation, in particular in the last point. So again, my main disclaimer is that I'm not an expert on psychometrics. Yet I have consulted our internal psychometric experts, so I can provide some of our considerations in this regard. So one could think that actually the new momentum for the PROM in the multiple sclerosis could be explained by these two factors, like the potential of upcoming new clinical description and the new drugs that finally goes beyond the focal inflammatory activity, as these were two completely independent standalone elements. While yet I believe that's not the case. I think that we are today here because of history of success. So because we manage to effectively control the focal inflammatory activity with the current therapies, this gives us an opportunity to recognize all the mechanisms of damage. Hopefully, with the new upcoming years, that recognition entails also the quantification of this additional mechanism of damage for the MS. And there is when the need for the new clinical descriptors appears, trying, hopefully, succeeding to recognize the biological heterogeneity of the condition. I have put in course of the clinical aspect because maybe that could be somehow expanded to things that are not clinical per se. And there, of course, the PROMs could help into this, could bring into this new classification idea to support, again, the drug development of products that goes beyond of what we already have, which is the very correct control of the focal inflammation. What are the potential opportunities I can see? For example, one is stratification. If we consider that in the future we may classify our patients based on potentially phenotypes that are not staging, but perhaps those aiming to progress, but not in a staging like relapsing and second, not like a course. Maybe a person wants to make a drug for testing a drug aiming to prevent the progression, and then it appears to be logical to use some stratification factor to make sure that the population in the trial is balanced on the probability of progress. Otherwise, it's a huge risk that if this is not balanced, then a result could be negative just because of the design aspect. A little bit built on this, one may want to include patients that actually are going to progress within the more or less 1-2 years of a trial. So a PROM could identify those trying to progress, to be the ones to be in the population as an eligibility criterion, or mainly represented in the population as an enrichment marker. And of course, a tool can be used to actually measure the outcome. It's the clinical outcome assessment, either as primary or secondary endpoint. For example, and this I have to borrow for another condition. I also collaborate with the guys advancing ALS, and you know that ALS is a condition that goes very fast, but not on everyone. So they use that a scale, which ALS functional rating is called revised, and this nice consortium of the TRICALS that groups people in the academia and industry has come up with this risk profile that includes other characteristics beyond ALS functional rating scale, but it does include that scale, that is indeed a PROM. It's a multi-domain PROM assessing the domains that are relevant for the ALS community, and they come up with this very nice idea in which they say, okay, well, yet ALS progress fast, but not for everyone. So if we enroll patients that are not going to progress, we are not going to see any difference. So they have provided this cutoff of the TRICALS risk profile to make sure that they enroll the patients who are likely to progress. That is the use of eligibility. They go a little bit further on this, and they say, well, not only we want to include this 75% of the patients who progress, it's also they exclude those who progress very rapidly, because if you then measure disability and they die, you don't have the score. And that entails a different problem, but yet it's still a problem. So they want to make sure they have the good sample, and then they say we can also use to stratify, so to make sure that these two groups are balanced as per the possibility of progress per se. As a clinical outcome, I will not go any further, but that same scale is used for ALS. It's an intervene-administered PROM. Today have been discussed scales on myasthenia gravis. There is also another nice instrument, just for an idea. This is a hybrid tool. So it has part of the tool is a patient-reported outcome, another part is the clinical assessment. So this is also a potential to have hybrid tools. And then this is an example of something we have qualified, which is, again, a hybrid tool of physical activity, including a PROMs, but also some readout of data. So, but linked to what has been presented today by Juan, we acknowledge the use of this, but yet we need to observe certain principles, which are the psychometric principles and the validation. Validation entails that we need to validate the PROM for an intended use. So a scale can have different intended use, and each of them is a different validation procedure. We can support the validation via novel methodologies. Juan already explained this, but we have like a process in which we provide either advice or an opinion. It's also possible that to validate elsewhere, but then if you are using in a trial, we are going to request the validation report. And then I'm going to jump into the psychometric principles. Again, with a disclaimer, I'm not an expert, and this is not a comprehensive, exhaustive list of psychometric properties. I think I have included these four because I think they are the most relevant one, but there are more of them. So also allude today, validity. Well, it means that the instrument measures what it matters. And a huge aspect of this is the content validity, which is the extent to which the tool actually capture the construct of interest. So a tool that is for fatigue actually captures fatigue within the target population. No, not fatigue, it's a general thing, within the target population and the context of use. And not only whether there are sufficient question, enough question, redundant question, but it's also relevant whether the responses have sufficient granularity, whether the person who has to respond understands the instructions. All of this is part of the content validity. It's a big chapter summarized in this 4 sentences, but it's a big chapter and a big aspect that we observe. And it's also for us very relevant that when going deep into the content validity, the patient input is included in there. So it's not a matter of the expert coming up with the questionnaire. It has to be patient input on that idea as well. Also allowed the constant validity, so the instrument behaves as it should be. So if we know that we are developing a fatigue questionnaire, it needs to be what we know non-group validity. So the instrument should be capable to separate those with and without fatigue. It should be some sort of convergent validity. So the instrument that measures fatigue should somehow correlate with other instruments that measure the same construct and should not perhaps correlate as good with other instruments that are measuring, for example, cognition or dexterity, which is what we call discriminant validity. Also reliability, that's always sometimes a bit overlooked, so is that is stable, meaning that when it should not change, it doesn't. So internal consistency is a property for the unidomain. So the degree in which the items that are there to measure the same construct have a consistent behavior against each other. So they correlate in a certain manner. If it's not the case, then probably some of them are wrong. If it's too much, probably it's redundant and you need to remove something. Test-retest reliability means is the consistency over time. If I test you today and in a week, it needs to be the same instrument and the same measurement unless there are good reasons for a change to happen during that period. And the inter-rater reliability. The responsiveness is the capacity of the instrument to be sensitive to measure a change that we know it happened during the period. And ideally, a scale should be as good as to measure improvements and deterioration, which often is not the case. And that I want to make it very clear, there's only two ways of show evidence on this, and none of them entail asking physician a thing. So we have anchor-based methods, which are what we regulators prefer, meaning that we link our instrument to an external criterion that we call anchor, that reflects there is a true change. So, for example, we use the global impression of change and to categorize, let's say, the people, and we estimate the mean change, and we use some of the categories, the mean of some of the categories as, again, as we will see later, as a minimally clinically important difference. Or we evaluate whether our instrument is capable to discriminate between those changes versus the anchor as in a discriminant rock curve, for example. And the distribution methods, which are purely based on statistical properties on the instrument being capable to measure something that is larger than the error, which is good and actually is needed, but is not enough. The fact that you can measure something without an impact of an error does not entail that it is relevant for a patient. So distribution-based are needed, but solely is not sufficient. And why we do measure this? Because of the interpretability. That's perhaps mainly relevant if you're developing a clinical outcome assessment. So the degree in which you can assign a meaning to what you are measuring. So you say, well, my instrument can measure a change, but so what? What does it mean? Again, it involves creating thresholds or categories of patients progressing or not, or minimal in clinical important difference. Again, definition of the thresholds can be used anchor or distribution-based, or probably both of them. None of this method entails asking a physician about what they consider to be clinically relevant. The anchor is with the patient. It must be with the patient. So as a wrap-up, hopefully the new disease classification system will offer us a unique momentum to effectively incorporate PROMs during drug development. I have highlighted effectively because I do recognize that the PROMs are included with the life cycle of the drug development, yet the weight in the labeling is rather low. So we need something better than that. That was somehow alluded today by Patrick, and how we can make sure that this PROM goes a little bit above on the list of the secondary endpoint, which entail for us that they become part of the confirmatory strategy of efficacy and not just something that loose among the many endpoints that these trials have. PROMs, even the same instrument, could serve for different uses, and each of the different uses should be validated on its own. The developers should observe the psychometric principles and conduct methodological validation. It doesn't mean we have to do it, but if we don't do it, we will request a validation report to make sure that has been validated. But if you want to pursue on this, you need to know that you have to do the job, but not necessarily alone. So we can offer help and support as part of the innovation task force, which is some early dialogue, official but not formalistic, but more importantly, free of charge. So in which we provide advice to be better prepared for the qualification of novel methodologies, which is the only branch of EMA who can grant the official stamp as EMA validated, but yet we have other means to collaborate and help the field. And I stop here, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Elena. Please have a seat. Now we start for my colleague.
Yes, thank you. So I was invited to do a small introduction to brain health and the lessons we learned through this initiative. But I have to say as an introduction that I have been invited instead of my colleague Olga Salvidio, who passed away 1 month ago and was the one that actually brought the idea that industry, that our organization could support such an initiative in Merck. So in her memory, you know that brain health tries to put the accent on the timely diagnosis and early treatment, and tries to create awareness among different stakeholders on these two very specific topics. And we heard already from Tammy that stakeholders have so many different needs and so much different approaches to the matter. And together with these stakeholder differences, so the regulators ask for different things, the payers ask for different things, the policymakers also have different targets, and the advocacy groups sometimes, but not always, with strong representation of patients, have completely different needs. And together with these stakeholders' differences, we need to add the complexity and the reality of the drug development. I could write a book with the difficulties I encountered when conducting a phase 4 study that had quality of life in MS as primary objective and a PRO as primary endpoint, and had to be done during the pandemic. You can imagine the difficulties also. I mean, we talk about digital innovation, but you can imagine the difficulties when you have internet blackouts in some of the hospitals, and everybody knows, of course, that PROs have to be collected. The data has to be collected unimodally for clinical trial. So I would like then to open to the discussion and the questions. Please feel free to use the microphones.
Well, in the meanwhile, I would like to ask Tammy if you have any go, no-go decision based on PROs in your drug development process.
Not within multiple sclerosis. They're mainly based on the clinical outcome measures. So, for example, EDSS, performance outcomes. Right.
Okay. Alan.
Hi. Just I wanted to ask Elena, and this is not a very well-formed question, but you talked about progression when you in your initial comments about PROs, and I just wondered if you were suggesting that we could use a PRO as a primary outcome? I mean, progression is obviously a key marker now for all future trials, and how that might relate to other measures of progression, either on a disability scale or on MRI. It's quite a sensitive area, and I just wanted to get a little bit more, because you mentioned that previously in your comments from the floor.
Yeah, so that's one of the potential use. Obviously, it requires validation. So
sure.
I don't think someone could develop on a scale and come up with the idea of putting in a trial without not having for scientific advice or to get it very clear that measured progression. But certainly, if there is a trial to measure progression, today at least, they are all using EDSS or sometimes other performance tests that somehow incorporates a little bit more of granularity. But it's, for me, very obvious that some of the domains are outside of this, like cognition. So it's a potential avenue for the field
sure.
to go ahead.
Do you think it's a potential for a hybrid measure? Do you think there's the potential for hybrid, as you mentioned, for some of the other items?
What do you mean, a hybrid?
Hybrid, using a patient outcome PROM, but also incorporating either a disability measure or imaging. Is that potentially feasible?
It's possible. The imaging, I'm not sure about that, because the idea of having a clinical instrument is that it's clinical in a way, but certainly we have experience, as I put, some hybrid instruments. They gather clinical importance of certain symptoms and rated aspects, but it is. I think everything could be discussed. Why not? But it needs to be discussed.
David?
Thank you so much for the great presentations. My question is for Carlo, and it seems that there's a long legacy of using patient-reported outcome measures as primary endpoints in disability trials, and that's certainly not what we have in multiple sclerosis. Our scenario is flipped the other way around, but we've mainly used a clinician exam-based method. And so I guess just to kind of understand maybe the interactions with the regulatory agencies, as you've tried to combine in, for example, exam features or clinical features that are from the clinicians, how did the regulators respond to that? And I guess one of my questions is, there's this strong legacy that regulators use due to previous trial results and using those measures going forward. And have you been successful in the MG world to actually move away from move to a hybrid, for example, which is the question Alan was asking. And then the second, if you have any insights into development of outcome measures for ocular myasthenia and any lessons learned from that.
You touched the two main important problems. Actually, moving from QMG, that is objective, to MG-ADL was, I think, to follow FDA requests. The MG-ADL was submitted to a sort of validation, but probably many features of the MG-ADL should be reassessed from a methodological point of view. This is my personal opinion, but I think it's true. It is very easy to use. It can be performed in just a few minutes, and it has been standardized. So I think these were the main reason, plus the FDA request, of course. The issue of ocular myasthenia is a big issue because ocular patients have never been included in any clinical trial, unfortunately. And this is why the MG-ADL it's very practical, but it's not going to be the only instrument for the future, in my opinion, because it doesn't deal with any non-motor symptoms, with fatigue, weakness, and many other problems we talked about this morning. So it is not a real patient-centered, it is not a patient-centered reported outcome. And as I said before, it was designed by physicians, not by patients. So it's okay as a very practical instrument, but it is not exactly what we are talking about patient report. There are ocular scales, but they have not been validated according to the methodology, mixed models, rationalities, or classical theory, and so on. So are available, but they have not been validated. There are some aspects of the ocular symptoms that are included in in patient-centered reported outcomes, like the MG Symptom Pro, and also the MG Impairment Index that has been developed in Canada. It is very long, and we are still waiting for results coming from clinical trials.
So for once, we are running a little bit late, so we will allow for only one question. So, Professor Adam.
Yes, thank you very much for all this talk. But the myasthenia gravis is rather a very strong demonstration of the usefulness of PRO. But we have to accept that it is rather a simple symptom. It's just muscular fatigue. And would you recommend, as a health authority, to use, in order not to be too confused, a different scale for each of the main symptoms in MS in order to have a more easy interpretation on the benefit using PRO as a measurement of efficacy of different drugs?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, if you ask to a psychometric expert, they will say, well, unidomain scales are easy to develop and easy to validate. Some of the aspects I mentioned about, for example, internal consistency, they are not applicable when they are multi-domain. But then if you ask for a regulator, of course, you're going to use as a primary endpoint, imagine, then it's very difficult for me to see in a scenario in which a regulator accepts one single thing, regardless what it is, as a measurement of the effect of a condition entailing so many facets. So in a way, I see that a multi-dimensional idea, it's somehow unavoidable for MS, as it has been for ALS. ALS have a multi-domain, and for good reasons. Acknowledging that it will entail some difficulties at the time of the qualification, but if the goal is that, I cannot see how a unidomain will work here.
So thank you very much. I think we should move into the next chapter. Apologies to Paula and also Patrick. Sorry about that. So please, Lydia, could you come here and take over? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So it is now time for session 4, the potential roadmaps and next steps. So I am very proud to be the moderator of this session here, and we are also very lucky to have Angela White, who is the PROMs ECT member. Then who will give a presentation on the lived experience perspective, call to action, and then we will have Daniel, our moderator, and our group of panelists, some of whom are in the room and some of us are who are online. So this is our final session for the day. So we have learnt so much about today, and now we are bringing this all together to create a roadmap for next steps. So I would like to invite all the panelists to join the stage, before that, we would like to listen to Angela White, who will be online and giving her contribution on the lived experience perspective for a call to action. So, Angela, we are ready to listen to you.
Hello. I so wish I could be there with you in person this year again.
So thank you for the opportunity to provide brief remarks regarding the proceedings thus far and hopes for ongoing engagement opportunities for the ECT and indeed for patients of every kind everywhere. Ultimately, what is the goal of PROMs and how can we achieve that goal collectively? For the trialist, perhaps it is a means of further validating a study design, hypothesis, therapy, or desired endpoint. For the clinician, perhaps it is keeping a patient stable with no evidence of disease activity and with minimal other interventions, or with interventions that can meaningfully affect the trajectory of the patient's disease state. For the payers, regulators, and health systems, perhaps it is keeping costs, whether they be financial, time, other resources, etc., constrained and predictable across multiple geographic and regional territories over which they have responsibility, while also considering what will be effective within those constraints. For the person living with MS, however, the goal of PROMs may be summed by the equation n equals 1. And this would be the same, irrespective of location, MS subtype, culture, societal norms, mores, etc. N equals 1 means tracking what affects the individual against her, his, their baseline, according to her, his, their values, goals, life responsibilities, etc., and having all of these factors determine or influence the treatment process, providing enhancements to her, his, their quality of life across the entire lifespan. N equals 1 means looking not just at the patient with MS, small p, but at the person with MS, capital P, which is an often overlooked distinction. No one who has ever received an MS diagnosis becomes exempt from other conditions or diagnoses. So it is important that in the process of conceptualizing, trialing, authorizing, and using various treatments and therapies, that we do not lose sight of how treating the person with MS, or the patient with MS rather, affects the person with MS. N equals 1 means considering not just traditional or allopathic treatments, but complementary and alternative treatments, and having those treatments that create positive outcomes as measured consistently and longitudinally through PROMs and passive data collection, approved and paid for without arduous claims processes, repeated prior authorizations, and exorbitant financial outlays or limitations. I am heartened by the EMA reflection paper outlining the integration of patient experience data at all points of the processes covered by regulatory oversight and decision-making. Such integration embedded in medicines and health technologies development at every stage from conception through deployment and over the lifespan of each product can only improve efficacy and adoption, while hopefully lowering costs associated with research and development, production, use, and adherence. In yesterday's PROMs initiative data analysis workshop on using the RASH measurement theory, we learned about the potentialities and capabilities of employing RMT analysis to our work as part of the PROMs initiative. This workshop was greatly encouraging, as it shows us how to move towards the N equals 1 whilst not losing sight of the global collective MS community. And it fits beautifully, I think, within the EMA's reflection paper analyses calling for the integration of patient experience data. Our hope is that we can explore RMT analysis not just in clinical trials, but also in clinical care, and embed such analysis into utilization of digital tools and data integration, whether involving AI or not. So on behalf of the ECT members, past, present, and future, we are excited by the progress that the PROMs initiative has made until now, and equally excited and hopeful for the progress we will make together, moving us towards the highest quality of life and the best health outcomes possible for every person with MS. We look forward to working with each stakeholder group collaboratively and lending voice to the embedding of patient experience data at every point along the path to achieving this goal. Thank you for not only including us, but centering and prioritizing our lived experiences in this work. And until next year, take care.
Thank you very much, Angela. So I would like to welcome Daniel to moderate the panel discussion. So Daniel, would you like to present the members of the panel now?
All right, so thank you very much. I know we're running a little bit behind time, so hopefully we can make that up. This is the last session that is between you and lunch, so and despite all the excellent discussion we will have, I know that there will be some impetus to move along as well. So it's my pleasure to moderate this session, which we entitled Potential Roadmaps and Next Steps. And the idea of this session was to kind of drill down with some specific recommendations. And for that, we assembled a variety of different stakeholders and expertise representation to that effect. So first we have Tim Kutsi from the National MS Society. And I believe Tim is actually joining us online, so if we perhaps could have his video, that would be great. And then I would ask individuals to join us up front. Ann Helm from PROMs, ECT, and MSIF. Professor Jeremy Hobart from the University of Plymouth. Elena Lapicina from EMA. Elizabeth Lucassen from Novartis. Alan Thompson from University College London. Carmen Tur from SEMCAT, Patrick Vermesh from the University of Lille, and finally, Paola. Just to confirm, Tim, you can hear us loud and clear? All right, great. So we just need to make sure Tim's audio works when we get to him. So I think that as initial kind of take on this, I wanted to provide a couple examples of frameworks that have been actually successful in the past for incorporating PROs into disease processes. And one example I was going to show was an example that was purely from a clinical group that got together that said we need to use PROs for our clinical practice. And this was a group that actually developed a PRO framework for osteogenesis imperfecta. The first thing they did was identify existing tools, checklists, methods, handbooks, identification of user requirements, step-by-step approaches for how you select PROs, and providing a framework for end users, presenting and discussing a prototype, designing and developing a web version, testing and finalizing a framework. So in this example, this is kind of what this looked like. And clearly here, the first step is to determine the overall objective of what you want to do with your PRO. Then you select your PROs, you test the PROs. If they do not work correctly, you go back and select other PROs or you modify them. You define what the indicators you are measuring from those PROs, and then of course you actually start using the PROs, and then there's a process of maintenance and evaluation. Now, when you think about the determining the objectives and the indicators, that's where we sit today, because overall we're talking about therapeutic development. And this is kind of the regulatory perspective from the FDA guidance on development of PROs. This has not been updated, it's a little bit older, but it's a very similar conceptual framework, with the difference is that in the middle of that circle you see the relationship of the PRO and actually the claim. The claim there is being very important as kind of your overall goal. And of course, this is much more in the context of therapeutic development for a specific condition and perhaps even for a specific indication or specific construct that one would like to measure. Now, certainly, there are ways of accelerating this, and this a form of this slide was actually already presented by Tammy. This is the Critical Path Institute and their Multiple Sclerosis Working Group, just to illustrate that this can be done over the course of approximately the short 10 years from when a letter of intent is submitted to the FDA here for full qualification packages, both for PROMIS, fatigue-related scores, and a full qualification package for PROMIS related to physical function. You can see there kind of what those measures look like. So certainly kind of thinking about this in a forward fashion actually can lead you to actual deliverables. And so that gets to us here, and I would want to start off this discussion with thinking about what is the key area that we want to use PROMs to develop for a therapeutic perspective. So we've talked today a lot about kind of the nuts and bolts of putting a PRO measurement together and how to test it. But I guess the question I have is, what is the intended therapeutic context in which we will use that? And for that, I'm going to start off with Patrick. If you could give us maybe, as a clinician, the perspective of what do you think is the unmet need that PROs could actually answer in terms of treatment for multiple sclerosis?
It's a key question, of course, for a clinician. First, of course, I understand fully the need to use PRO for the evaluation of a disease-modifying drugs. Make sure. But the priority today, as a clinician, I see every morning many patients, is to improve the global care of a patient. Because we have so much to do to improve the symptomatic approaches of the disease, for example, which is a key point for the quality of life of a patient. Much more in comparison with the DMDs, for example, for sure, at short or medium term, possibly or probably not for the long term, but for the short term, I use PRO first to know better my patients, in fact. And I learn a lot with PRO PROMs. It's maybe a recent strategy for me. It's a couple of years. At the time, I was involved in PROMs initiative, in fact, to convince me I need to do myself. First of all, it's for improve the global care of a patient.
Fantastic. So that's a great reflection, because I think that's how most clinicians think about PRO. It's something that globally helps. But then let me take it to the industry perspective and specifically ask Elizabeth, because the context that we have of improving overall care for MS might be a little bit hard from the industry perspective and therapeutic development that we're talking about today.
Yeah, thank you. No, certainly I think that's actually a really important thing to think about, just how the PROs would look different, like for a clinician and being used in the practice as compared to for a clinical trial. And I can actually speak to both. I did take care of MS patients for nearly a decade before I joined Novartis. And you know, I think in a clinic, you want to have something that's quick and fast and really tells you a lot about your patient in that short span of time. But I think the industry perspective is it really needs to be a well-validated tool. Again, having all those psychometric properties that lets us know it's sensitive to change. And I think about, you know, we go with, like, you know, all these examples in myasthenia gravis that they've used a lot of, you know, PROs to really be primary endpoints or key secondary endpoints, and we're not there in MS yet. I'm actually the medical lead for an SPMS trial right now, and I have to say, unfortunately, the PROs is really much an afterthought, and it shouldn't be. It really is, you know, exploratory endpoints that's really used more for payers and access. And really, I mean, if we can have PROs that actually can predict change faster than our standard endpoints, and we know for the EDSS, unfortunately, it is not as sensitive to change at the higher ends of the scale, and if we could have something that reflects the changes in EDSS faster, I think that would be amazing. I don't know if we're quite there yet, but I think that's like an ultimate goal, is to have measurements that really allow us to have shorter trials. Right now, these SPMS trials, they're 4.5 to 5 years, and that's really, really too long.
Yeah, and any experience across other disease conditions where PROs might be used more, at least in your experience?
Yeah, so actually I worked on a Parkinson's trial for 3 years. Unfortunately, the compound didn't make it to phase 3. And I have to say they were using a lot of work in terms of creating novel endpoints. And part of that was actually creating PROs. This was our collaboration that we had with UCB, and we had a very well-renowned PRO expert, Thomas Morel, who actually was driving the efforts from the team to create novel PROs. And I think the problem was the MDS-UPDRS, which is the clinical scale used in Parkinson's disease, is really not sensitive to change in the early stages of the disease. So we really needed to find novel endpoints that were either MDS-UPDRS based or PRO based, actually, to show that patients in the early stages of the disease were having change, were going to be affected by the drug. And I have to say, through the work with the PROs, it was really, really interesting. We got a lot of pushback from the regulators. They really wanted it tied to clinical measures. Again, I think a lot of those psychometric properties, they wanted it really super well validated. And also, you have to run it in another clinical trial first and have it validated in another clinical trial before you can actually use it in your own pivotal trial to really say, this is actually a valid outcome. So it's a lot of work to create these PROs. I've seen that firsthand, but I think it's worth the effort if it really does give us something that actually can measure that change in a better, more patient-centric manner.
Yeah, fantastic. So those are great learning points. I wanted to talk a little bit about meaningfulness of kind of PROs and taking this, from the regulatory perspective, but perhaps not from the regulators, but from people who have been talking to regulators about this process. So I wanted to bring Tim in. I know, Tim, that you've been involved in discussions with the FDA about how PROs can bring meaningfulness to our trials and how we're trying to capture perhaps something about, the new disease framework as we're going forward. So any insights that you might have for our group, Tim?
Thanks, Dan. It's great to join the group virtually. I think you're touching on a really important point. Recently we, the National MS Society, had an opportunity to convene what's called an externally led patient-focused drug development meeting with the FDA, where patients actually participated and provided input on what would be meaningful to them. Now, the FDA in their most recent guidance on clinical outcome assessments has really been stressing that assessing the meaningful aspect of health is critical, both for clinical outcome assessments, but also for PROs. And this concept was really quite emphasized in the meeting by our patients, many of whom are taking one of the existing disease-modifying treatments, whether a high-efficacy agent or one of the other platform therapies. And to a person, they express the view that they're grateful that the clinicians like yourself and others in the room are able to manage the disease with these effective disease-modifying therapies for the underlying aspects of the disease. But when we surveyed them, and at this point we have close to, I think, 2,700 individuals contributing, they told us that the major symptoms they still are experiencing in life are fatigue, mobility impairment, spasticity, and bladder challenges, which speaks to the fact that we have a paradox that at one hand, we have agents that are able to modify the disease, but we are clearly not capturing the meaningful aspects of life with MS. And that life with MS is still challenging for individuals who may have not had a relapse in the last 5 years and who struggle with the notion that their clinician is telling them, you look fine, you have no new lesions, but they in their body are telling us, but I don't feel fine. So I think this is where PROs and what we're discussing really comes into play, that there is a need to capture that dimension of life with MS, and it does, as the FDA has stressed, need to be meaningfully reflective of health. That a measure that doesn't capture that meaningfulness really will not be seen as effective, and that is certainly the feedback that the agency made quite clear in these discussions.
Yeah, thanks so much, Tim. It was a very powerful meeting to hear how people with MS's priorities are not necessarily what we have in our constructs of what we think the priorities are. So really fascinating, and I think something that we need to keep in mind. And one of the other things, and perhaps I'll ask this question to Anne, which is, we have an understanding of the needs in certain areas, but how does that vary, for example, across geographies, across patient populations? Because certainly, one thing could be what the needs of patients are in North America and Europe, but it might be very different in other parts of the world.
Yes, and I think it is, and I think this is what we learn from having
things like the engagement coordination teams, which have people from all different parts of the world. I mean, part of this relates to just being which drugs you have access to, which also relates again to which types of therapies are easy or feasible to use and to manage in terms of different geographies. But again, when it comes to different populations, it may be less a case of geographic differences, but about the age of people or the stage of the disease that they have. Having talked to the group within our own engagement coordination team as part of PROMs, people who are who were diagnosed more recently, who are on very highly effective therapies, the current needs and the challenges that they are experiencing and they want addressed can be very different to people who received a diagnosis 20 years ago, and that initial inflammation was not necessarily under control straight away. So absolutely, there's a lot of variation, and I think that's why through the multi-act model, we set up this model that you can't just have one person with MS and assume that that then represents the needs of everybody. And instead, we have this model where we have a wide range of people, and then through all the members of our engagement coordination team, they all link to many other people within their countries, within their own networks, so that we can actually hear the views from a lot more people.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you for the work you're doing in that area, and I think it's really important to keep that balance. And so next I want to talk a little bit, or perhaps give us some examples of, what ideally, if you had to pick today on PROs that you would include. And I directed the question to Carmen, who told me that rather than responding to the question, she would prefer to present some data. So Carmen, please take it over.
Thank you, Dan, and thank you to the organization for having invited me to be here. So I just wanted to share with you some data from SEMCAT, where we have used the PROMs not as a global measure, as has been mentioned, and I agree with you that they are very useful to measure the global situation of the patient, but also to understand progression. And this is what we did. So basically, we defined binary definitions of progression based on PDDS and EDSS, and we looked at the trajectories on the other measures. So here on the left, you can see we defined patients into progressors on the EDDS, and we looked at the PDDS trajectories, and we could see that they were actually very different. And when we looked at the binary definition of progression based on the PDDS here on the right, you can see that the EDSS trajectories were very different. So in a way, what we were wanting to see here was the validity, and maybe Elena will disagree with me, but we were looking at maybe the construct validity. So we were expecting this to behave in the way that it is expected. So this is one of the examples. And then we also looked at the correlations with MRI measures. So we defined patients into progressors and no progressors based on these PRO measures, and that we could see that patients who were progressors on different scales had greater lesion load increases, again, as expected, as we would expect for EDSS progression, and a similar story when we looked at the brain changes. So we could see that people who progressed on these PRO measures had lower brain volumes over time, as expected, as if we were looking at other validated measures. And finally, we also looked at the correlation between these progression definitions and quality of life. And again, although maybe less consistently, we were also seeing some associations between this progression based on PROs and quality of life. So, thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think the overriding concept is that we actually want to replace measurements that we've used in the past with better measurements, and you can clearly show how PROs actually can capture a dimension that we're not capturing with our typical measures. And along those lines, You know, we've talked a lot about the new disease classification course, Alan, and you gave a talk on this and the framework of what that looks like. In your mind, what is the unmet need, and how would a PRO, or how could a PRO be incorporated into those definitions?
Well, I think the first thing I'd say, building on Tim's point, is that none of the priorities as seen by people with MS are in any way incorporated into the current course descriptors. They're labels which give a rough idea about overall what the activity is. It doesn't go under the surface, and they don't go under the surface for the biological mechanisms, but also for what's important to the person with MS. So if you buy the multimodal framework that several people have proposed in one form or another, then that gives an ideal opportunity to bring in function, and function both from a clinician perspective, but also from the person affected with MS. So that it sits very neatly there. So this discussion around new course descriptors is a really good opportunity to build in what the person with MS actually is concerned about.
Yeah, so fantastic. I think we've heard it over again that we really have to recenter kind of our scales on what is meaningful to patients. I wanted to take a slight turn to thinking about how we evaluate PROs, how do we test them, and how do we determine if they're actually doing what we want them to do. And Jeremy, you presented a very clear model for how to make these scalable and how to look at them where they have psychometric properties that are desirable. And it kind of relates back to my question, which is, do we know that the PROs we have currently, do they meet those constructs? How do you test this? Would you propose using these in clinical trials as exploratory endpoints and looking at it at the back end, or should people or should groups actually incorporate this into practice and we collect data in a way that we can then inform the measures?
So I think we should have a strategic plan of our approach. I think we should go into these pivotal clinical trials with the knowledge that the instruments we select are as good as they can be at the time, which means the work ideally needs to be done a priori. Now, we have a load of data from existing clinical trials that will give us an understanding of instrument performance and whether there is suitability or not. And then you have, if you use these newer methods, you have clear understandings of what you need to do to put them in a position where they can meet the needs of your studies. So there's a combination of current analysis and modifications as necessary, but really this should be before going into studies. It's a bit disappointing to find out at the end of a study that's taken 5 years that actually the PRO was never going to be able to pick up the changes and differences that we had assumed it would at the time of its choice. So there's an investment issue there. Then there's some stuff around the extent to which PROs do represent the variables that they are intended to do, which is the validity issue, which is far from simple but important, obviously. And I think we have historically we've defined our variables through the way that we've measured them, rather than defining them and building and constructing measures around them. And that takes us to the qualitative work with people with MS to determine the clarity of the variables we're trying to measure so that we can then construct instruments and build in the meaningfulness issue into the response options of those. So that would be my short answer on that.
Great, fantastic. So I think that talks about a framework, and I wanted to pass the question now along to Elena, and to ask, if industry were to come to you and ask you, I want to include a PRO that somehow is capturing a meaningful sphere in multiple sclerosis, what would be your recommendation, knowing what you know about our field? That is, do you go back and look at what you have existing? Do you create a new PRO that you attempt to qualify in the process that you're developing a therapy? Or do you kind of use what's fit for purpose that you have at hand?
Well, That's a good question. So I still believe you cannot test two things at the same time. So if the trial is for testing whether the drug is efficacious, everything else should be settled. It entails that the PROMs needs to be validated by us, FDA or whatever, and it needs to be a good one. So if there is, that's unfortunately what happened. The drug development should go in parallel with the qualification of the validation of the methods that should be used for the upcoming drug development. So they should either have a validated scale or they create one and validate before the trial. Because if you do it on the same situation, we may have the unfortunate situation as we have, I think it was Ponesimod trial, in which they aimed to do it with the fatigue and they failed to do it because the scale was not validated.
Yeah, so I think this is clearly a call to action, and I think Tammy presented this in her slides very clearly, that when you think about the PROs, it has to be at all the levels of drug development. And perhaps working early is important because, as we've seen with the FDA, it takes us 10 years to qualify something. And therefore, it's going to be unlikely for you to develop a new measure that you're able to qualify and get into a phase 3 trial at the same time. So,
well, I must admit, the example you put, it takes 10 years, but for example, for Duchenne, we have this 95% stride velocity that was qualified recently as a secondary endpoint, and then within a couple of extra years as a primary endpoint. It didn't take that much. So it's possible, just to make it very clear, it's really possible to do it faster.
yeah. So some acceleration, I guess. You collect it in phase 2, you can collect some data already, look at psychometric properties. And I wanted to ask kind of a last question with issues of maintenance and sustainability of PROs. And I'm going to direct that to Paola. In our field, we currently, don't have a PRO that we consider universally in use or that industry partners would universally use. And I just wanted to ask Paola, looking forward in the future, how do you think that could be created? And then how could you sustain that? I get a sense that we come up with a measure, it comes in vogue, it's used for several years, and then people kind of move on and use something else. There's no legacy data. So any perspectives on that?
I think it was a very important question because it's a bit also from what we heard today in the DNA of the patient-reported outcome measures, because we need to have a good measure, validated measure, hopefully multi-domain, multifunctional measure, because this will reflect much more the meaningfulness to patient health, because measuring only motor aspect and not measuring cognitive aspect at the end is not going to be sensitive. So we are not going to appreciate the effects, because to appreciate the effects, we need to test the effects on motor aspect, but also on cognitive aspect. And having said this, then the matter is also to maintain and sustain this measure, validated measure. And this is, in my opinion, is also, we need to do this in a holistic manner. We need to look at the scientific aspect, the technical aspect, the funding aspect, governance aspect, and patient engagement aspect. And this is a bit what the global patient-reported outcome initiative is trying to do, but it's not enough. So probably what we have to think is about, a sort of body, governance body that is going to do this exercise in a regular manner, where relevant stakeholder will be on board, including, of course, regulatory agency, or mainly regulatory agency, because it's when we are going to tell regulatory agency, look, based on what we learn from patient, this tools is not anymore, this metric, this measure is not anymore valid, because MS changes over time, we are in a transformative time, and then we need to, in respect of regulatory agency requirement, we need also to think about what next, what other PROMs and measure we need to use. So my call to action for the management of this initiative, think seriously about how we can make this activity, into a governance body that is going to do this in a regular manner and systematic manner.
Fantastic. So thanks so much, Paola, for that summary statement. I think kind of as closing, there's several themes we're hearing. One is that we all have to work together. We have to have some body that governs how we're thinking about PROs, that PROs have to be deeply rooted in what individuals need, and that perhaps will require some quantitative work, and that then we have to have a very clear strategy for how we analyze these going forward, and that has to be done in concert both with clinicians, industry, and of course regulatory, because ultimately we don't want these measures to fail once they get to clinical trials. So I wanted to end by thanking all our panel members. Thank you so much. And I will hand over to Hans-Peter for closing words. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So it's up to me to prendially make the vain attempt to condense the essence of our deliberations that really took place in the spirit of the PROMs initiative from its beginning, this kind of quadrangular interaction and communication between and for patients, clinicians, researchers, industry, and the regulators. And I nevertheless try to summarize what we heard during these sessions. Session 1, we learned about the very important EMA reflection paper on patient experience data. And this sort of reflects a paradigm shift in regulation. The paper establishes a framework to systematically integrate patient experience data, including PROMs, importantly, patient preference studies, and engagement data into every stage of the medicine life cycle. Regular science is evolving from assuming patient priorities to measuring them rigorously and continuously. We learned that a flexible principle-based approach is advocated instead of rigid guidelines that tend to age quickly. So the EMA advocates for core principles and ongoing dialogue with developers to ensure PED remains relevant, validated, and informative for decision-making. It was also gratifying to learn that EMA encourages early engagement involving the Innovation Task Force, scientific advice procedures to validate new patient-reported tools, ensuring psychometric robustness and real-world usability. And very importantly, it's now clear that the patient voice serves as regulatory evidence. PROMs are no longer soft data. They are regulatory-grade evidence shaping benefit-risk assessments and approval outcomes. Session 2, Bridging Biological Mechanisms and Clinical States, the role of PROMs in redefining multiple sclerosis. There was a very nice sort of overview to underscore the concept that we leave the static labels to appreciate and recognize what we learned over the past years, that MS is a continuum. So the classification is moving beyond the time-honored Lublin-Reingold descriptors toward a biologically informed, multimodal, continuum-based assessment model that connects susceptibility, prodrome, and progression. And we are really in a very important point in time witnessing the integration of the enormous advances made in understanding the pathobiology, looking at new measures to gauge them, and now the integration of PROs to really assess better the totality of the impact of multiple sclerosis on the patient. PROMs reveal how patients experience disease, capturing dynamic symptom patterns and trajectories that can predict progression, complementing biological and imaging markers. Longitudinal and machine learning analyses demonstrate that PROs can define experiential phenotypes across traditional subtypes, paving the way for personalized care and research. We also were exposed to a number of contributions prompting us to rethink measurement. Modern psychometric frameworks like rash measurement theory and item response theory provide scientifically sound methods to interpret PROM data with precision at both group and individual levels. Specialized training programs for researchers and innovators would be highly beneficial to boost the adoption of statistically legitimate and manageable measurement and analytics methods. The next generation of MS frameworks, and this was very elegantly, nicely elaborated, must unite molecular mechanisms, clinical data, and patient experience, treating PROMs as an essential scientific or as essential scientific descriptors, not just secondary endpoints. Section 3, aligning stakeholders for PROs in emerging therapies. And here, of course, we align with the general overarching topic of this year's European Charcot Foundation meeting. We learned, I think, a very interesting lesson from looking outside the MS field and had a very nice contribution on myasthenia gravis experience, showing that systematically developed PROs can harmonize clinical, patient, and regulatory perspectives, creating a shared language for disease measurement and treatment goals. Industry alignment is in progress. We noticed this, and again, I think quite satisfied with this. So pharma is increasingly embedding PROs across the drug life cycle, but challenges do remain around measure selection, comparability, operational logistics, and regulatory acceptance. There are collaborative solutions emerging. Initiatives like the Critical Path Institute Pro Consortium and PROMs working groups are advancing validated MS-specific PRO tools to streamline regulatory review and accelerate innovation. EMA recognizes the new momentum for PROMs in multiple sclerosis, promoting their use for eligibility, stratification, and outcome assessment in trials, provided they meet standards of validity, reliability, responsiveness, and interpretability. Success clearly depends on joint effort, shared responsibility of researchers, industry, regulators, and patient organizations that must undertake a concerted effort to co-design, validate, and implement PROMs to ensure they are both scientifically robust and meaningful to patients. And session 4 was sort of forward-looking at potential roadmap and next steps. From concept to implementation, the panel, moderated by Dan Ontaneda, outlined how PROMs can transition from concept to clinical and regulatory utility through structured collaboration with all stakeholders. Clinical validation is underway. Data presented by Carmen Tour demonstrated that patient-reported disability progression correlates strongly with MRI and quality of life outcomes, confirming the ability of PROMs to pick up clinically meaningful change. Dr. Martinez Lapicina from EMA highlighted the regulatory opportunity, seeing this as a pivotal moment to anchor PROMs into the evolving MS systems, disease classifications, descriptors, encouraging early engagement with EMA qualification processes. Panelists stressed the need for harmonized global standards, sustainable data frameworks, and interoperable systems to enable long-term integration. And 5 shared priorities were formulated. Build a validated PROM reference library linked to biological and imaging data. Harmonize data standards across registries and digital platforms. Expand training in psychometrics and data interpretation. Engage regulators iteratively for qualification and alignment, and very importantly, embed patients as active co-creators in tool development. The consensus message emerged that PROMs are evolving from research outputs to operational infrastructure, the connective tissue between biological innovation, regulatory evaluation, and lived experience. Across all 3 sessions, then, key messages stand out. PROMs are evolving from endpoints to engines of therapeutic innovation. By integrating PROMs into regulatory science, biological understanding, and therapy development, the MS community is building a future where patient experience drives evidence and not the other way around. Clinical relevance and patient dialogue are as crucial as regulatory qualification. Both dimensions must evolve together to ensure PROMs improve care as much as they improve science and boost drug development. Well, finally, I'd like to thank you all for joining this morning to actively engage, listen to the deliberations of the PROMs initiative, the 2025 plenary event, together with yesterday's workshop. I'd like to thank the Scientific Planning Committee chairs and members, and of course the whole leadership of the PROMs initiative. And once more, I have to say that Paola Zaratin for really continuously propelling this very important initiative. Thank you so much.